Would I be the asshole if I kick my boyfriend's sister out of our house? I, 25 female, have been with my boyfriend, 27 male, for 3 years, and he moved in with me last year. Everything was going great until last Christmas, when his parents announced that they were selling the family home and downsizing, but they wanted to go on one of those 6-month-long cruises around the world. Fine. Whatever. They can do what they want, except they have a younger daughter, Emma, who is 18. Completely unbeknownst to me, my boyfriend had agreed to let Emma live with us until she moved away to uni. This led to a lot of fights between my boyfriend and I because I didn't want Emma living with us. Despite all of this, she moved in after the house sold in February. It has been hell. For starters, our house might have 3 bedrooms, but only one was used as a bedroom. One is my home, and the other was a home gym for me and my boyfriend. Emma turned the gym into her room, and now a lot of our equipment is in storage. I hate having Emma here, as she's a total brat and doesn't contribute anything to the house. Here's just a small list of shit that I have to deal with. The second Emma turned 18, she was out with friends, coming back drunk at 3 a.m. and waking up my dogs as she clattered into the house, normally with an equally drunk friend. For the first month of her living with us, she would steal my stuff constantly. Skincare, hair care, perfume, clothes, anything. I now have a lockable box for toiletries, so she can't get to them. Has lost 6 different sets of house keys since moving in, and I've had to have the lock changed twice due to various issues. Refuses to do anything I ask her to do because she's busy. She doesn't have a job. How is she busy? Refuses to eat anything that I cook and will demand that we order takeaway instead. I have asked her repeatedly for meal ideas, and even if I make that exact meal, she refuses to eat it as it doesn't taste right. The breaking point came last weekend when me, my boyfriend, and the dogs went away for the weekend. I was reluctant to leave Emma in the house by herself, but my boyfriend said that it would be a great way for Emma to gain some independence before going to uni. Big fucking mistake. We came back on Sunday evening to a trashed house and a hungover Emma asleep in her room. I had to get a professional cleaner in on Monday to tackle the worst of the mess after I spent half the night cleaning. I'm done. I want her out of the house. I thought I could deal with this until she moved away in September, but I can't. Especially now that she's talking about putting her place on hold for a year so that she can go traveling and use our house as a base. No. I want her gone and out ASAP. True, she has nowhere to go as her parents aren't back from their cruise until the end of August, but I don't care. I want her gone. I've talked to my boyfriend about this, and he won't budge because Emma is family and he can't kick her out. So would I be the asshole if I kick her out? Edit. Forgot to mention this in the post / maybe it wasn't clear. It's my house. I own it outright with no mortgage, and my boyfriend is not on any official documents. The only thing in his name is our Sky TV payments. Everything else is in my name, as I lived here before he moved in. He does pay half towards bills, but he just sends the money to me each month. I'm going to try to talk to Emma and boyfriend's parents. I've sent them a text message asking to call me ASAP. I'm also reaching out to Emma and my boyfriend's older sister to see if she will take Emma in for a while. I doubt she will, as they don't get along and she has a 2-year-old, but it's worth a shot. Edit 2. I am such a goddamn idiot. Firstly, thanks to all of the comments, I've realized that my boyfriend is not the person that I want to be spending the rest of my life with. Secondly, I managed to have a video call with my boyfriend's parents, and wow. Just wow. First of all, they've been sending Emma £700 a month to cover her living with us, and I haven't seen a penny of it. Their mum mentioned that I could take the cleaner fee out of Emma's money, and I asked what money she meant, because Emma doesn't have a job. She laughed and said, "The £700 we send Emma each month to cover all of her expenses while she lives with you." They've been sending Emma money, and she was supposed to be giving this money to us to cover everything. Either Emma has been keeping it, or she's given it to my boyfriend and he hasn't said a word. Surprisingly, her parents were furious that I haven't seen any of this money, and they're sending me a bank transfer of £4,200 to cover the money that Emma should have been giving us since February. They are sending it to my personal account, then I can do with what I see fit. I was brutally honest with the call and said that I can't have Emma staying with us any longer. Yes, she might leave in September, but what if she doesn't get the results she needs for uni and has to defer, or if she takes a gap year? I'm not putting up with this for another year. Their mum's gonna go talk to her sister and see if Emma can stay there until they get back at the end of August. For those wondering, yes, they have a house all lined up for when they return. They will not be living with us when they get back. I'm gonna have a serious talk with my boyfriend this evening, and I'm now rethinking our whole relationship. If he tries to fight over Emma staying, then it's over. A lot of the comments in this post have made me realize that I have been a doormat to this man since Emma moved in. Also that I should have been charging him rent, and I'm not standing for it anymore. Wish me luck, helpful Reddit folks. Wish me luck. And in the comments, OP explains, it's my house. I inherited it from my grandparents when they died a few years ago, so it's mine outright. My boyfriend contributes half towards the bills and stuff, but I haven't gotten around to putting him on any official documents yet. I doubt that I'll bother now. He was furious when he came home last weekend, but also chalked it up to Emma being a teenager and having fun. I'm swiftly realizing he's not the person that I want to be spending the rest of my life with. Beargirl1 says, not the arsehole, but I think you need to kick the boyfriend out with her. He doesn't respect you at all. This is the right way to proceed. Like Emma, your boyfriend is using you and your kindness. You can do better. Start the official eviction process on the both of them. Neither of them are on the deed or paying the mortgage, therefore they are legally tenants. Treat them as such. They, and especially your boyfriend, deserve zero sympathy for the way that they have treated you. Good luck. Not the arsehole. It's your house. I would have kicked them both out the second that I found out that he said that it was okay without ever talking to you. 18 is old enough to know better. She's also not your problem. She is his problem. I would seriously be reconsidering this family and marriage long term, as boundaries don't seem to exist to begin with. Honestly, good on OP for coming to Reddit, asking if everything is okay in this situation or if it is a dramatic sandwich. Like her username points out, I think there are many layers to this dramatic sandwich. And I can see how you can kind of condition yourself to accept the treatment that she received in this instance, to not rock the boat so much and be like, well, he says it's okay, it's his sister, I want to do right by my relationship and his family, which will one day become my official family. Yes, I get the justification of the mindset of how it got to this point, but when you start diving deep into all of the details that they obfuscated from OP, the £700 a month, and no one's saying anything about that, and the boyfriend just not doing anything about his sister's shit attitude when you have complained about it so many times, so many boundaries being crossed. Like, I'm surprised you didn't break sooner than this and lose your shit on the both of them. I commend you for your strength of will and strength of mind, if I'm honest. But no, you wouldn't be the arsehole for getting rid of the sister, and like you are now, I think you're not the arsehole for getting rid of the man either. Seems like this was a long time coming. And now, on to the update. Hi all. I want to start this off by saying thanks to everyone, because your comments gave me a serious wake-up call. I currently can't post an update on Am I the Arsehole, because this is still ongoing. I won't waffle, so here's the update. I sat both my boyfriend, for this update we're calling him Tom, and Emma down last night, and I laid down the law. I said that Emma needed to go, and I couldn't put up with her attitude and disrespect any longer. For those wondering if Tom knew about the money, he did. He wasn't keeping it, but he knew about it. He thought that it would be a great chance for Emma to learn about budgeting and responsibilities. I said that the evidence has proved that she hasn't learned shit, and if you give an 18-year-old £700 a month that she hasn't had to work for, she's gonna go nuts with it. If Tom thought that that would teach her any kind of responsibility, then he's dumber than I was for putting up with either one of them. Emma tried to defend herself by saying that she thought living with me would be a chance to bond and how I could become another sister for her. I fired back with, if this is how she treats her siblings, then it's no wonder that her actual sister doesn't like her. Mean, but fair. As far as my relationship goes, I think I'm done. I've told Tom that I need some space and to seriously think about this relationship as this whole ordeal has shaken me. Emma is going to stay with her aunt, and so is Tom. Their aunt is driving over tomorrow to get Emma and her stuff. Tom's going with them and staying there for a week or so. When he's back, we'll have a proper sit-down and talk through everything. Sorry this isn't more detailed, but I'm really drained from the last 24 hours and just want my house back to some semblance of normal. In the comments, someone asks, how did Tom see the 700 as learning after months of his sister not learning anything? OP says, I honestly have no idea. He has a blind spot for his younger sister because she's the baby. But seriously, there's a point when you have to tell her to grow up, learn some responsibilities, and start acting like an adult. Imagination Round asks, just wanted to check in and see how you're holding up. OP says, aw, thank you. I'm doing well despite everything. Tom and Emma have been gone for nearly a week, so I have my house back, all to myself and the dogs. I've changed the locks again, so even if Tom does come back, his key won't work. I'm definitely done with the relationship. I just need to meet Tom in a neutral location to break up. All's well that ends well with that story. I really did not think that relationship could last. And when people take a significant amount of time, I'd say a week is a significant amount of time, away from each other, more often than not, a breakup is about to occur, because the one that is being hard done by more so in that situation gets some breathing room, and they get to see how much better life is without the partner that was causing and normalizing so much bullshit in their life. I've just seen it happen too many times in real life. And I know most people are going to be like, well, obviously, Marcus, that's a base level relationship thing. Like, obviously not. A lot of people don't seem to realize bullshit going on in front of their own eyes. If OP herself didn't realize how shit her relationship was until the internet, like, put a mirror up in her face and were like, this is the shit that you're accepting and dealing with. Why are you accepting and dealing with his shit? This is all terrible. Some things, I feel like, need to be repeated over and over, and the dead horse needs to be beaten into the ground, because a lot of people don't realize bare necessities or minimum standards in relationships. I don't know why. I don't know how. You'd think that relationship advice and TikTok readings of this stuff were so widespread that the general population would know about this more, but for some reason, they don't. Thank God OP kicked them out and there really was no fanfare around it. I would have thought Leech McGee and his little leech sister would have put up more of a fight in order to not be kicked out, but much to my chagrin, they went without a fight. Oh my God, OP, how could you let that happen? You needed to spur them on a little bit, come on. But no, I'm joking. I'm waffling. Thanks for the story, OP. I'm glad that it worked out for you. I'm going to say that's concluded. I know you say it's ongoing, but what else could there possibly be over the hill? Thanks for the story and thanks for the update. Anyway, guys, that's where I'm going to end today's episode. I do hope you enjoyed. If you did, let me know what you thought of it in the comments down below, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Am I the asshole for reporting a delivery driver who I thought was lying to get out of doing more work? So today for lunch, I decided to order from a Mexican restaurant through one of those food delivery services. I've had a bad experience or two where my order was missing some items, but the drivers would always be gone before I realized and could catch them to fix the issue. I'd always have to report it through the app's support chat, which is such a pain to use because they obviously outsource their representatives, and it's frustrating trying to communicate with them. I usually give up after a few messages back and forth. When my driver arrived, I told her to stay so that I could check the bag and make sure everything was there. I noticed she kind of raised her eyebrow for a moment, but otherwise, she stood quietly and waited. Sure enough, a couple of things were missing. I politely said that she needed to return to the restaurant and get my missing items. In a very neutral, rehearsed-sounding tone, she said that it's against company policy to do that and I should contact support through the app. I explained that I preferred not to deal with support. She said they're the only ones who can help and she's really not supposed to go back to the restaurant. I was a bit annoyed at this, so I asked what the company policy was on making sure orders were correct. She said that the restaurant closes the bags for the drivers and they're not meant to open them or the containers inside. Something about food safety violations and not being trained. After a moment, she apologized for the trouble and left. To me, this honestly just sounds like a bunch of bullshit excuses to get out of her doing her whole job. If they can't go back to the restaurant, how are customers supposed to get their food or money back? If they can't open the bags to check the orders, how do they even know that they're delivering the right food? It makes no sense to me. So on the page where I rate my driver and can leave feedback, I made a note of my situation and explained why I thought that she was in the wrong. I then left 1 star and revoked my tip. A bit later, I was talking to my sister over the phone, who I thought would enjoy the story because she works for a different but similar delivery company, and my sister said, "Did you actually think she was going to go back to the restaurant?" I laughed, thinking she was taking a dig at the competing company's drivers, but she just said, "I'm not joking. You literally reported her for following the rules." At first I thought my sister had misunderstood a part of the story or something, so I kind of brushed it off, but now based on her reaction and what both her and the driver said, I'm wondering if they're right. Am I the asshole for reporting her and taking my tip back because I thought she was lying? In the comments, you're the asshole. Their job is to get the package from one place to the other. The restaurant's job is to send the correct order. You are punishing her for something out of her control and should instead contact or rate the restaurant for the error. OP replies, "I guess I just don't understand how it's out of her control. She didn't do her job by not delivering me my complete order. Should she not be taking some sort of steps to make sure it's all there? You're the asshole. She followed the rules and did her job. And by the way, it would be super wrong and not safe for a driver to open bags and containers with food that they're delivering. Food safety rules. Jeez." OP replies, "As far as I understand it, the driver is a stand-in for me at the restaurant. When they are picking up food, they are picking it up on my behalf. If I'm paying extra money to have food picked up on my behalf, I would expect them to check the order and make sure it's right the same way I would. They are there and I am not, so I pay them to do it for me." Cam Mum says, "You're the asshole. Did you expect her to unwrap your burrito and make sure that it had cheese on it too? The driver was correct, and to revoke your tip was an asshole move." OP says, "I would at least expect her to ask the employee if the burrito was in the bag and had cheese on it. Is that too hard? It's not her job. Her job is to collect your order and bring it to you, which is what she did. You're the asshole. She explained it kindly and calmly, and you were a jerk about it. She was not lying, and you're an asshole for thinking that she was, and even more for the review that you left. Contact the support through the app like everyone else. Chances are your meal will be free, and then remove your review and apologize." OP says, "See, I thought she was lying because she was so calm. It sounded like she had the answer rehearsed and ready for anyone who had a complaint. Or maybe she had it rehearsed because that's how they train people for situations exactly like this. She probably has it memorized word for word because of how often she has to tell Karens like you to complain to customer support via the app instead of blaming the driver. It's not her job to get your order right, it's her job to deliver it on time." No guys, you don't understand. I'm paying them to open up my burrito and give it a taste just to make sure that it's cooked right. How is no one else understanding this simple logic? You guys obviously never worked a delivery job in your life. What, you don't get knuckle deep into their chips just to make sure it's fresh and hot for them? Oh my god, you obviously don't care for the customer that you're delivering it to, do you? This is so ridiculous. How is OP still fighting with everyone in the comments, being like, no, you're all wrong. There's some weird psychosis going on here. Just shift the goalposts a little bit and maybe you'll see where I'm coming from. OP, you're not winning this one. It's just not happening. You're the asshole here. Just admit defeat. And now for the update. The delivery driver found the post and replied. Oh my, is the world really this small? This could be a total coincidence, and I guess I have no real way to confirm either way, but I had a very similar conversation with a customer today over a missing burrito and a side of cheese dip. Even if you're not the person that I've talked to, I'm off the clock now, so I have some more words for you and people like you. First off, it's so annoying when people say, oh, hold on a second, just want to make sure it's all here. Right then I know I might be about to waste time having this exact conversation. Yes, it's scripted because it happens all the time, and it's easier to be prepared. Second off, I cannot return to the restaurant. If I don't mark your order as delivered in a given amount of time, I start getting calls from dispatch. If I mark your order as delivered, then go back to the restaurant, I've lost your order info because the system thinks that I don't need it anymore. And usually I have another order waiting to be sent to me after yours, so I have to move on to that one. Third off, stop and think about it. Do you want a person that you don't know opening your food containers with their hands that have been touching a steering wheel, dozens of door handles and doorbells, cash tips from questionable places, and that haven't been washed all day because they've been in a car? It's nasty, and it's not sanitary. I try to verify with restaurants, but most of the time they're practically shoving me out of the door. So, sorry. Fourth off, I spend literally all day, delivering food to people just to make money. With one of my companies, I have no choice but to deliver orders that I'm given, so I can't be lazy. With the rest, I still can't be lazy because if I am, that means less money. You know nothing about this industry. I couldn't say this before, but I could say it now. You're the asshole. In the comments, I'm really sorry that you had to deal with her. And the driver replies, it happens sometimes. I did everything in my power. When a restaurant hands me a Tide bag with Tampa stickers on it, that power is limited to asking, is everything here? Half the time the person who hands the bag to me isn't the person who bagged it, and then it's an unreliable confirmation because they don't know either and they also can't check. This OP is such a jerk. The bags the delivery workers are picking up are often stapled and sealed. The delivery person can't check the order at all. If the order's wrong, and consistently, that's the fault of the restaurant. Blame the correct people and stop ordering from a place if they keep getting the order wrong. And they're stapled shut because the restaurant and the driver don't want any he said, she said about what's in the bag. How many times have you seen people post about DoorDash drivers drinking their Coke or whatever? Exactly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. OP is the type of person to complain about food items missing from their delivery order and then complain about the bag being opened if the driver happened to check for missing items. Extremely entitled behavior. It's just reminding me, if any of you guys saw it, I think like a week or two ago, there was that person that started just absolutely flaming a delivery driver in the food order app, whatever they were using. I think it was DoorDash. And that driver was like, I'm sorry, I'm new to this. This is like my first day on the job. I have no idea what I'm doing. And the person ordering the food was just like, you are the scum of the earth. You are 5 minutes late with my food. I'm gonna make sure the internet knows not to deal with people like you. I hate you. It was just some crazy over-the-top reaction from this person to just get this person's face online and shame them for having the audacity of being late with the food order. How dare you? I myself, I love doing Uber Eats every now and then, is just changing it up, doing little side quests here and there, get out of the house. And I've thankfully not dealt with anyone like that for quite a long time. But when you do meet an asshole that has this entitled behavior, that has a gigantic stick up their ass, I definitely understand where the delivery driver was coming from. It actually is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. What do you want me to do about it? I'm just a delivery guy. Hey man, take it up with the restaurant. Anyway, thank you delivery driver for coming out and delivering justice. God bless you. Our next post is by a throwaway account, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for divorcing my husband because he wants his son in his life? My husband and I have been married for 2 years. About 6 months ago, a one-night stand of his called him and told him about their son. After a DNA test, my husband is confirmed as the father. The kid is 5, and we've been together for 4 years, so it's not like he cheated. He agreed to meet his son, and they've hit it off well. They've been spending a lot of time together, and the mother is happy to let her son connect with his dad. But the problem is, we both agreed to a child-free life. Neither of us wanted kids. He got a vasectomy, and I got my tubes tied. We had a talk about this, and he says that it's his responsibility to take care of his kid, and he says that he hopes that I can support him. But I don't want a stepmom's life. This may be cruel of me, but I can't stand children. My husband knew this about me. I don't dare to force my husband to choose me or his kid, but this isn't the life that I agreed to. I haven't told my husband yet, but I'm already talking to a lawyer. I don't know. I just don't know what to do here." In the comments, "No assholes here, but sounds like this marriage is over due to irreconcilable differences." Yeah, one of the very few on Reddit that I can actually go with no assholes here. It's his kid, he did not cheat, had the kid, technically, before meeting OP, and when he made the promise of being child-free, he meant it and acted accordingly. As it stands now, no choice. Circumstances have changed by no other reason than they changed. No malicious intent, parties should walk away amicably and wish each other well. Agreed. I know it will hurt them both, but it's the adult thing to do. Respect him for stepping up to his responsibility, and OP should be respected for not making him choose. It's an impossible choice. No assholes here. He's doing the right thing for the child, which is his due. You need to do what is right for you. Not wanting children and/or leaving due to this upset does not make you a bad person at all. He could get mad at you, I don't know, but if he does, his reaction doesn't define you either. It sounds to me like you're doing everything right. Now you just have to tell him, I don't envy you. Good luck. Leaving when you can't stand kids is ideal too, and protects the child from unintentional harm as well. Laudable choice when you know that you're not a kid-friendly person. No assholes here, but what did you expect to happen when he found out he had a kid? Were you expecting him to be a deadbeat dad? Let this man go. OP says, I don't know what I expected, but I wanted to at least try to acclimate to this. But I can't. Child-free here, circumstances have changed. Even though he didn't want to be a father, he's now one. If you don't want to be married to a father and be a stepmom, you can either live separately for 13 years or divorce. Just know that your husband will not be able to be as available, and his finances and plans, will, college, milestones, will always include his son now. I feel bad for both of you. I wish you the best with whatever you decide. And OP says, I'm aware. He's been so busy lately that we rarely get time to even talk now. You do what's best for you, but good for your husband for stepping up and acting like a man. Don't forget that he'll also be paying child support, so you better file soon or it might affect your divorce. OP says, if you're talking about alimony or assets, don't worry. We don't own a house. We rent currently. We were going to buy a house, but this happened. Any other assets would be easily divided, and I make about the same as him. I don't need alimony. OP on if she has a relationship with her husband's son. Me and the boy, I guess you can say we get along okay. I feel like he can sense my discomfort with the situation, which I try to ease. I've tried to welcome him into our house, but honestly, he's more excited to hang with his dad. The baby mother doesn't seem to like me much. She's not outright hostile, but she tends to ignore me and always seems to be on guard around me. She hadn't reached out because she never caught my husband's full name until recently when she found him on social media by chance. They haven't gone to court to officially hash out child support terms, but my husband is paying for a lot of the kids' needs right now. Baby mama doesn't seem to be in dire need of money, as I think she comes from a rich family. Ah man, I really wanted to slime her out though, that's unfair. What do you mean she didn't catch his full name? Who am I supposed to pin as an asshole in this situation? She's supposed to be the asshole that kept this child from him for 5 years and didn't tell him. And now you're telling me she didn't get his full name and she only found his social media by chance? God damn it, why is that believable? From the outside in, without any more technical details, she's the asshole in this situation, but god damn it, you and your extra information, OP. I understand the arguments that are going to come in the comments, being like, you don't need a divorce over this, you guys can work it out. I just don't see that being realistic, though. If you tied the knot on a history together of being mutually child-free, and you're building a future together that is intentionally child-free, I married this person, one of the solid foundations of this relationship was built on being child-free. If a child suddenly pops up into that marriage, that's going to absolutely destroy your relationship. There's no way that it doesn't. Unless you, OP, yourself, decide to self-sacrifice and put up with it, and come to a reasonable middle ground compromise where your values are now being thrown out the window, then no one wins. There is no winning in this situation, and really the best way forward is amicable separation. Divorce, start again. He lives his life based off of the child that he now has. You live your life child-free with someone else that doesn't have a child. I think it's that simple. No assholes here. And now onto update 1. So I had a talk with my husband to clear a few things up. 1, my husband wants to spend as much time with his son as possible. He even mentioned wanting half custody and have him live with us. So it's not like he wants to spend a day or two with him. He wants to be as close to a full-time parent as he possibly can. 2, yes, our vows included being child-free. It wasn't in the wedding speech, but we had several long conversations about kids. This was something that we promised each other. So yes, being child-free was a part of our vows. 3, I don't like children, and I don't want to have anything to do with raising children, but it's not like I yell at every kid I see. I guess you can say I hate the responsibility of raising a child, as opposed to hating children themselves. And 4, yes, I would stay with my husband if he got in an accident and became disabled. See, I love and adore my husband, and I'm willing to work for him, but only for him. Adding a whole other person to our lives is different. I can't love his kid. I can't be a good stepmom. I love my husband, but I don't love his kid. Now back to my husband. He almost blew me off again because he was tired from working and spending time with his son. But I insisted, and I told him I don't want to live like this. We talked, and he said he can't leave his kid, and that is the one thing he can't compromise on. He said he's going to see him as much as he can, and he said that he needs to prioritize his kid's well-being over anything else, our relationship included. I told him I don't want to live like that. He said he won't budge on this. We both agreed that we should separate for a while. Neither of us straight up mentioned divorce, but I'm pretty sure that's where we're headed. I feel empty and angry and frustrated. I know my husband's not at fault, I know the kid isn't at fault, but my life is just changing so much. And now for update 2. It's official. We're getting divorced. I wasn't even the one who mentioned it, my husband is the one who said it. He said that if I can't be supportive and caring towards his son, then we can't be together. I had already moved out, and while part of me was hoping for some way to make it work, I think I knew this was inevitable. So it's official. I'm losing my husband, and he's gonna go on to be a father. Honestly, as long as I get my car and the money in my bank account, which I earned myself, we have separate accounts, I'm not gonna fight him. I'm willing to let him have anything in our old place. I'll be honest, I don't know what to do now. Besides going through the divorce proceedings, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do now. All of my life was gonna include my husband, and now he's gone. And now, onto the latest update. It's been a year since all of this started. I never thought that I'd be divorced a year and some weeks ago. I only remembered this post because apparently it was my cake day a few days ago. I've kept lightly in touch with my ex-husband. There's no bad blood between us, but I don't think I could move on if I stayed close to him. We didn't divorce because we didn't love each other after all. As far as I know, my ex-husband and the mother of her child aren't together. I won't lie, I was kind of expecting them to end up together. I still kind of am, to be honest, but my ex-husband has apparently been a good dad to his son. At least as far as I know. I've been dating around recently, but nothing is sticking. Yeah, the big deal breaker is me not wanting kids. I've told some guys about why I divorced, and they were very understanding. I got my own place again, and I'm doing well financially. I never needed my ex-husband to take care of me. Despite my lack of success in dating, I'm feeling good, to be honest. I mourned that my marriage has ended, and I will always enjoy the memories. This was for the best for everyone, to be honest. In the comments, I'm sorry, but why did you expect for him to get with a woman who lied about having his son for 5 years? OP says, she didn't lie. She genuinely couldn't find him. My ex-husband admitted that they never exchanged information. How was she supposed to find him? But honestly, I guess I have a bit of a movie brain going on. I was the evil stepmother who couldn't stand children. She was the single mum who finally found the dad. I was finally gone. If this were a movie, they'd end up together. I mean, if it happens, good for them and the kid. This is about the most no assholes here thread that I've ever seen. Both parties acted responsibly and maturely, and acted with compassion. I'm sorry that OP's marriage ended, but it ended far more cleanly than it would have if she had not been true to herself, and had ended up resenting her husband, and even worse, her stepson. This was not a great situation, but this was the best possible outcome. This is just one of those sad circumstances. She didn't want kids, he didn't want kids, but luck happened. The one-night stand didn't hold out information, she just didn't have a way to tell him. It's not obviously wrong for her to let him know. Plenty of people would argue that she should, for the kid's sake and for his sake. Obviously, the actual kid has no say in any of it. No blame, but plenty of harm. Sometimes life does that, and humans are bad at not ascribing blame. What actually spoke to me the most was, I have kept lightly in touch with my ex-husband. There is no bad blood between us, but I don't think I could move on if I stayed close to him. We didn't divorce because we didn't love each other after all. I feel this one. Sometimes you separate, again, without blame and without falling out of love, because bad luck just makes you incompatible. I respect the hell out of OP for making a clean break, even when that isn't necessarily the absolutely, inarguably right thing, because it was the right thing for her. And me too, I respect OP for genuinely just pulling the trigger, making it happen, and separating as soon as she could, so that everyone could move on with their lives as fast as possible. It wasn't an easy decision to make, and I know that he is the one that brought up divorce there, but it takes two to tango, and I imagine actually going through with it was incredibly hard for the both of them. Thank you for the story, OP, and thank you for coming back with multiple updates on this one. I don't think more updates will be necessary at this point, but hey, if you want to, you always can. I'm here to listen. Uninviting someone we never actually invited in the very first place. So my fiancé, 34 male, Mike, has an acquaintance Jen, female, early 30s. It's looking like we'll have to uninvite her, though she was never actually invited to our wedding to begin with. We know Jen through mutual friends, but in our wider social circle, she's on the fringe for a series of things that happened years before we were around, but they weren't great. Jen is in a relationship that's pretty serious. They're moving in together. Despite that, she's made it very clear that she has a crush on Mike. There was a period of time where she was text bombing Mike constantly. On the most active day, she sent him 50+ messages. She was trying to flirt in places. He responded to hardly any of it, letting her know that he was busy at work and didn't have time to talk. Mike does not reciprocate these feelings and declined any sort of in-person one-on-one interaction when she asked to meet up for drinks after work, alone. He shared the message threads with me because he saw the red flags and didn't want to end up in a situation where there was any room for doubt. When things were less obvious and awkward, she tried to arrange double date nights, but we generally made excuses and declined. The one time we went out with them on a double date, she made an ass of herself at the restaurant by a gross display of PDA with her partner and trying to dive into sex talk with kids within earshot at the table next to us. All of us, including her partner, let her know that we weren't comfortable with where she was pushing the conversation, and she pouted and said that we weren't any fun. Yes, she had been drinking. She made a big show of wanting to be girlfriends with me to my face, with Mike present, but I've never heard from her once, and she hasn't made any effort. I have no idea what her partner knows about or thinks of all of this. This past weekend, we learned that Jen has been telling others in our social circle that she's invited to our wedding when she never was, and is asking about our gift registry. We don't have one. We're having a tiny ceremony with less than 10 people present and a bigger, catered party, but the guest list is still less than 50. Based on cost and our friend's backyard, isn't enough to comfortably host more than that. But even if we weren't having an intentionally tiny wedding, she still would not be invited because neither of us consider her an actual friend. She's hurt that she wasn't invited to his stag party, which is just a board game night, but she was never a consideration. She's also complained that I overlooked her when having a shower or the bachelorette. I didn't even have a shower because we already own a home and are established, and I have zero reason to invite her to anything because we're not friends and she's been disrespectful. 2 separate friends let us know that Jen is telling this tale. One of them tried to understand why she's lying about this by keeping it breezy and playing dumb, but she kept evading answering questions about it. My guess is that she's telling people all of this for 2 reasons. 1, she believes that she and Mike are friends and her feelings are hurt, and 2, she's possibly trying to ferret out the details and location of the ceremony and the party. We generally don't think anyone that we invited would share this information with her, given the general history in the social group. There's a chance that she could manipulate it out of someone, though. Needless to say, we think we've gotten to the point where we need to have a direct conversation with Jen over text, so there's no confusion that she's not invited, and what she's doing is just, well, bizarre. We don't think we need to tell anyone connected to the wedding locations that she is specifically not invited at this moment, but we will if we need to. We mostly think that she won't try to show up anyway. After the conversation, the plan is to block her on social media and messaging platforms. Is this unhinged? Yes. Should I have to devote any energy or time to a 30-something-year-old woman who behaves this way? No. Is this totally absurd? Yes. Does she need serious help? Definitely yes. In the comments, I would nip this in the bud. No more hanging out, no more texting, even block and delete. But I would first tell her that she is not invited. Maybe along the lines of, I need to clear something up. We were told that you have been saying that you were invited to our wedding. We do not want you to be embarrassed, but there is no invitation. Do not apologize or make excuses. Just, you are not invited. It is clear and to the point. Block and delete right after that. OP says, oh, believe me, we haven't hung out directly with her since early 2024. When we do see her, which is rare, it's at birthday parties or other mutual social circle gatherings. She tried to organize a few more double dates after the first one, but we just kept politely declining. Mike hasn't blocked her, and I haven't blocked her because I think that we both thought that she would get over this and move on, and if we gave it any attention, it would encourage her. Obviously, we were wrong. But yeah, otherwise, we're totally on the same page. We just never thought that we'd have to have this conversation with anyone. Another commenter says, you're going to have to be blunt, and frankly, it would be best if it comes from your fiancé. Can he do it? OP says, he's willing to, wants to, and suggested it. He wants me present for the conversation, but he wants to lead it. We both like the idea of being a united front and there being no questions that this message is coming from the both of us. I don't really plan on saying much to her. I could get loud and insulting, I guess, but it'll just feed into a label about being the territorial, jealous partner. I genuinely don't think that it matters what I do. She's going to label me however she wants, and I can't control it. The people that know us and love us in our friend circle know the both of us. So I'm not too concerned about perceptions about being poorly received. If anything, she is and has been for a while. The home-wrecking vibe is new, but is not surprising. Another commenter says, I would make it known to the group that she is not invited, never was, and anyone who hears her saying something to the contrary is welcome to clear it up for her. This woman is causing drama for the fun of it, and people are allowing her just to keep the peace. OP says, it's true, and that's our fault. We also just didn't think that it would go this way. Most of our friends, especially our close friends, don't act this way, and she's so outside of our daily sphere that it just didn't occur to us that there was more brewing in the background. I will always understand people being non-confrontational and wanting to avoid things, but come on, it's your wedding, and she's making such a fuss that you really can't avoid this one. I also understand coming to Reddit and being like, hey guys, so this is what she's doing, this is what we know so far. What do you reckon, guys? What do we do? First off, thank you for outsourcing the problems to Reddit. I always respect that. Secondly, take the comments' advice and just do it head on. Stop avoiding it. I don't know why you didn't think it would go this way. What about her and everything you know about her and her backstory made you think, this will be the exception. She's gonna be different this time. And you said most of our friends, especially our close friends, don't act this way? Yeah, and there's a reason that she's not your close friend, and she's not in those friendship circles like you guys are. Specifically because she's unhinged. I don't think the hinges were on the doors to begin with. My only question here is, why are you taking so long to do something about this? She's obviously in the wrong, and the longer that she gets to spin the narrative in the background, the more people she'll get on side. There's just some people that love nothing more than causing chaos around weddings and messing with the people getting married. I'll never understand it, but some people just cannot handle not being in the spotlight. And now, onto the update. It's been a while to get back to this. I'm not terribly active on Reddit, and summer has been really busy on top of the final detail planning around the wedding. A while back, I posted about having to uninvite my soon-to-be husband's, 34 male, acquaintance Jen, even though she was never invited and would never be invited. The background context is that Jen was interested in Mike and making it pretty obvious, despite being in a committed relationship herself. Mike wasn't interested back, and in the interest of not embarrassing Jen, thought that if he kept politely showing no reciprocation, that she would let the crush run its course and then move on. Instead, she started telling mutual friends a made-up story that we had invited her when we hadn't, and also complaining that she had never been invited to the stag or bachelorette parties, despite a lack of friendship with either of us. We weren't all that concerned about her crashing the wedding, which is still several months now, but replies to my original post did press us on both that we should actually be more concerned. We did take those comments to heart and set up measures with vendors to prevent her attempt to meddle with aspects of the wedding. The owner of the venue, which is just our friend's backyard, agrees that she likely won't show up, especially now, but he has various things in place to monitor the situation, including voice and movement-activated home security cameras on the property that would alert him if she showed up at the bottom of the driveway. The way the house, yard, etc. are configured, she doesn't really have another option to get in but through the house, and she wouldn't make it that far. The conversation with Jen happened. A friend of ours tripped going up the stairs in her home and broke her wrist that morning. Her husband was out of town at the time, and she needed someone to drive her to the ER, so I went with her. Mike added me as a third to the text conversation, so while I was there, I just wasn't able to be active on it. I caught up to it when it was basically over while I was in the waiting room. Mike opened by just wanting to understand if there was some kind of misunderstanding and the rumor mill at work, and noted the confusion that it was causing. I really thought Jen would object to my being in the conversation, but she didn't bring it up and feigned concern about the stress that was being created by these rumors. He pointed out that two separate people both noted that she had lodged complaints about being excluded from the pre-wedding celebrations, and also that she had been invited to our wedding to them. Jen denied it all at first. She insisted that she had not spoken to at least one of them at all, and that whatever she had said to the other was probably a misunderstanding. Her version of things was that she understood that she hadn't been invited to our wedding and assumed her exclusion was based on expense. She also said she didn't expect to actually be invited to any pre-wedding events because it would be weird, in her opinion, to have a girl present at an all-male bachelor party because she assumed that it would be an event involving a strip club or related sex work. As an aside, Mike's actual stag party is a board game night, because that's one of the hobbies that gives him a lot of joy, and he's sex positive, but strip clubs aren't his thing. But he didn't get into any of that. Instead, he just responded that he chose an activity that he liked doing, it had nothing to do with sex workers or invitee gender, and he was intentionally keeping it small. Mike's response to the wedding invite denial was to show her screenshot of conversations with the people who brought this to our attention. They had given full permission to share that with her. Jen's tone immediately shifted, and she started insisting on moving to video chat. Mike didn't want to do that and declined. She kept on denying what she had said at that point, insisted those folks were lying to us and causing drama, and was getting increasingly upset. All caps typing and a lot of exclamation marks being used. That there were people in our social group who never let her move on from the past and were out to get her. Mike responded that he was sorry if that was the case. He didn't hold those sentiments. He wasn't even around when all of that went down, but wanted to emphasize 2 points. 1. He wanted to make it absolutely clear and certain that an invitation to the wedding was not on the table, and 2, while he considered them friendly, his takeaway from their interactions was that she was interested in him in a way that he was not going to reciprocate, and if he had somehow misread her intentions there was at least a desire for a friendship that he didn't feel was appropriate to pursue with her because much of what she wanted to talk about, as a friend, was too inappropriate and awkward, given that he doesn't really know her and she's engaged and she has a long-term partner. At that point, she kept reiterating how no one will ever let her move on from 10 years ago, and she was really upset that no one will recognize her efforts at changing or growth, and that the wider social group went out of their way to bully people who are neurodivergent. She didn't provide a response or apology for making things uncomfortable and awkward around the flirting attempts. He started to tell her that it was probably a good idea to end this conversation since it didn't seem like they were going to resolve this, but she beat him to it by blocking him. A few days later, Mike got a few messages from her partner, who was upset and concerned that Jen, based on what he was hearing, was being attacked and bullied by us because of her checkered past in the group. Honestly, the guy was just trying to defend her, which I get, and he wasn't around for those events, so I don't know what Jen has told him happened, but I generally assume by the messages he sent that Jen has misrepresented the past to him as well. Mike thanked him for reaching out, said he understood that he was acting protectively towards Jen, and asking him what the partner understood about everything. The partner repeated a version of what Jen had told people, that her good friend Mike was being a bad friend by excluding her and allowing other people in the group to bully her by proxy about being autistic and past behavior, and that we had abruptly uninvited her because I had decided that she was a threat and I was jealous of her. Mike set him as straight as he could by explaining that he never considered Jen a close friend. Friendly at best, and that he wasn't even around for everything that happened years ago, so whatever opinions he had of Jen were his own and not entirely informed by the past. He also made it clear that Jen had never been invited to the wedding in the first place and had let her know that. He also shared that Jen had been inappropriate in her communication with him with what he took as overt attempts to flirt with him, including text and flirty emojis and asking him to meet up one-on-one. He offered to share those messages with him. Jen's partner asked to see some of it, and Mike shared probably the more obviously blatant stuff. The partner didn't really say much after that, just thanked Mike for what he shared, and the conversation just kinda died. We haven't heard from him since, but my guess is that our version of events really didn't match hers, and the jig was kind of up. Jen has made some vague posts on social media about being betrayed and misunderstood, but Mike didn't take the bait on any of it and hasn't responded. He hasn't blocked her on Instagram because he wants to keep tabs on things for a bit, but she's mostly back to her usual content. Selfies. About a month later, we ended up running into her at a birthday party. She didn't really say anything to either of us, but didn't look happy to see us. We kept our distance, and we kept it cordial. No drama resulted, no word on her partner. All I know is he didn't come with her that night, and we weren't going to ask. Additional information. What happened 10 years ago? OP says, for some backstory, otherwise it's confusing, a woman in our social circles started dating this guy. I'll call him Dean. They date for almost a year. She gets a job out of state, and they decide they don't want to do long distance, so she moves and they break up. Dean, in the meantime, has made his own friendships with a bunch of people and is now considered a part of the group. A little while later, he meets Jen at a bar and they start dating, and she makes friends, and then also becomes a part of this larger social circle. Dean is in the military, and he gets assigned overseas. Jen and Dean try to make it work for a little while, but long distance is too hard, and they break up. Jen stays local and friends with people. So that's the backstory. After the breakup, there's a girls' trip where people get pretty drunk, and the conversation turns to the weirder things that they're all into in bed. When it's Jen's turn, she admits that she and Dean had a thing where they'd pick up another woman at a bar, or whatever, and then Jen would hook up with this woman while Dean watched them. I guess Dean would leave the room or whatever and pretend to go to bed. They would never tell this woman what was really happening. I don't know how many times that had happened, but it was a few according to Jen. This does not go over well. A few of the women would get angry and tell Jen how incredibly fucked up this is. Jen is like, totally surprised that people are mad at her and doesn't understand that this is really gross, fucked up behavior. It's a huge deal. A bunch of people stop speaking to Jen, and she's effectively pushed out of the social group. She's very upset, very apologetic, but doesn't understand why this is gross and terrible. Finally, a couple people basically told her that if she wants any hope of trying to salvage some of this, she needs to get into therapy and understand why this is so fucked up. She allegedly went and allegedly seemed to get it, improve, make amends, etc., which is why a few people in the group still invite her to stuff. I guess in that process, that's how she was diagnosed as having autism. But there are definitely other people in this group who don't see her working on herself as contingent as anything. That it's good she did it, but it doesn't change what happened, and they didn't want to be friends. I would say that no one is out and out mean or rude to her these days. She just doesn't get invited to things, and people are cordial, but standoffish. I think there was a general assumption that she'd get the hint and stop showing up to things, even if she was invited by people more willing to look past all this. She's still pretty hurt that some people won't look past this. I wasn't living here when all this happened, and I didn't know anyone involved. I wouldn't be likely to look past it either. In the comments, Kelderson says, so Jen got in trouble with the group for not understanding boundaries and consent, and got herself in trouble again because of not understanding boundaries and consent, but can't understand why people dislike her. Yeah, no growth has happened. It's almost like there's a pattern here. Sometimes I wish I had a wider social circle, but then I come here and read all about friend group drama, and I feel content. I used to have a wider college-adjacent group, and there was definitely a point that I realized I was only friends with some of these people due to proximity rather than actual connection, some of which were just drama-filled or awful. Friend group is a lot smaller these days, and honestly, a lot better for my mental health. Yeah, and I guess my 2 cents on that is that I see a lot of people these days complaining about not having friends in their life or not having bigger social friend groups. But to me, those also feel like the same kinds of people that when there are big, dramatic blow-ups, whether they are involved or not, they're also the first ones to cut a friend group off and be like, man, my life is so much better drama-free. And then it just happens enough times that they are completely isolated from any social groups, and they're like, damn, I protected my peace so much that I am completely alone now. I'm not liking this social isolation. It's obviously not the same for Jen, because Jen has now on multiple occasions not cared about consent or other people's boundaries, and she has earned the social isolation that she is facing. I don't think that she has or will learn her lesson past this point, and her having autism has nothing to do with her inability to understand boundaries. It's not an excuse. She sounds like a terrible person that refuses to learn and will not change. I don't blame OP and anyone else that doesn't want to associate with her. She's had her chances. She's shown that she's unwilling to be a better person. At that point, you just have to cut people like her out of your lives for good. Let them go have their growth and character development somewhere else, because I don't have the patience or the time for them. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. I hope you continue to keep her out of your life. She does not sound like a very pleasant person. Our next post is by an anonymous account, and it's titled, "I'm getting my arm amputated tomorrow, and I'm excited about it." Anonymous instead of my regular account because of medical and family stuff. I was born with amniotic band syndrome on my arm. Amniotic band syndrome occurs when the lining of the amniotic sac is damaged during pregnancy. This creates string-like strands of tissue in which the fetus gets tangled. These strands, called amniotic bands, may wrap around different parts of the developing body. This cuts off or constricts blood flow and keeps the baby from growing normally. The constricted blood flow causes a wide range of birth defects. My arm is dead weight. I can't move it, and the entire thing is either numb or has nerve pain. When I was little, I begged my parents to get my arm removed. It hurts so bad sometimes, but they always said no, and my grandparents and my aunt agreed with my parents. Even my younger sister does now. They don't know what it's like to have a limb that I can't use and only causes me pain. I was forced to wear long sleeves all the time so that my arm would look normal. As soon as I turned 18, I went to the doctor to see about an amputation. It sounds extreme, but this is actually a common thing for amniotic band syndrome. Like, me asking for it isn't some out there request, and the doctors agreed with me. Anyways, I'm sure my friends are tired of hearing about how excited I am, even though they would never say that. So I'm getting off my chest that I am so excited for tomorrow, and I can't wait to be rid of my useless and painful arm. I have never wanted anything more in my life. I'm 18, and my family can't stop me now. In the comments, to a downvoted comment about no one being at fault, including the parents, OP says, "I have been in pain my whole life. My family ignored any doctor who recommended amputation, even though it was not an extreme solution for amniotic band syndrome. I have never been able to do things like have a job, play sports, or even finish high school because of the nerve pain. Like I said in my post, my parents refused to do anything, no matter how much I begged, and forced me to pretend my useless arm was normal. Sorry for sounding like that, but I hold them completely at fault." On phantom pain, OP says, "I will take phantom pain over an arm that I can't move or use at all. My doctor and the surgeon went over this with me, and I'm prepared for that." Uncle Yimbo says, "Congratulations. You're the one who has to live with a non-functioning arm, or live without it, and you've had a very long time to make up your mind. This is your decision, and other people will just have to get the fuck over it if they don't like it. Tell anyone who says something negative about the decision that you had the doctor save the arm, and they can have it attached to them if they like it so much." Exactly. A bit selfish of his family to not let him have it amputated sooner. I don't know. It is a big decision. I could see asking him to wait until 18. Maybe new innovations could help in another way. I'm very happy for OP though. At this point, I'm sure it's well thought out. I disagree. My sister's arm was broken at birth, and nerve damage, etc. meant that it was useless. She had well over 15 operations on it to try to help. Physio her whole life, etc. Nothing worked. She so desperately wanted it removed because it caused mass amounts of pain. I know if she was still alive, she would have it chopped off. She was saying as young as 8 years old that she wanted it gone. It's society who is like, "Oh, but think of how you'll look," not taking into account the amount of pain she was in. This young person deserves people who support their decision and nothing less. I completely agree with that. I think a lot of people are let down when it comes to medical decisions like this. And it's not like when we find cases of doctors refusing to do things in this capacity that the doctors don't have a point. Sometimes it's really a rock and a hard place situation where the doctors make a good point, there are grey areas of legality around it, but OP themselves or the person wanting to get something amputated or some big medical decision made is in an intense amount of pain, an unnecessary amount of pain, and it's like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. But if I were OP's parents in this case, I would be advocating for them non-stop to get their arm amputated, because at the end of the day, it's about what they want. It's about what's going to make their quality of life better. And I think if I weren't able to get that in my country, I would do my best to get together resources to have it done in another country that would facilitate an operation like that. To me, it kind of feels like OP's community has let them down and let them suffer for 18 years. If I were in their shoes, I don't know how I would go about maintaining those relationships, knowing they let me suffer for so long. And now, onto the update. It's 3 years later, they kind of just go on about the initial story. I'm going to read it anyway, skip ahead if you don't want to hear it again. I, 21 female, was born with amniotic band syndrome. My arm was affected. I couldn't move or lift my arm as it was dead weight. The amniotic band syndrome meant that my arm didn't develop correctly, so it was like having a dead weight, unusable arm hanging at my side like a normal arm does. My arm hung differently. I couldn't move it or use it at all. The only feeling I had from it was either numbness or pain. Imagine having an arm hanging from your shoulder and chest that was dead weight, where you could feel the heaviness, but couldn't lift it or move it or use it like a normal arm, and the only feeling you got from it was either pain or being numb, and you couldn't untwist it into a more comfortable or natural position. That was me. My parents refused to have my arm amputated, even though that was a normal thing for children with amniotic band syndrome, and doctors recommended it. I always had to wear long sleeves, and I had to act like my arm was normal. I know now that my parents are the kind of people who act like they are special and important for having a disabled child, but they only acted like that in front of others. Meanwhile, I had to hide it and pretend that I had a normal arm. Doctors told my parents I was in pain. It was obvious before I could even talk. There was no reason for that. My parents are educated. They aren't religious, and they believe in science, but they never listen to any doctors. I spent my entire life in pain. I didn't finish school. I left before I was 18 because of the pain. I never ever slept enough. I couldn't ever have a job. I couldn't do stuff that other kids did. I don't talk to my family anymore because of it. As soon as I turned 18, I went to see a doctor by myself without my parents. The doctor agreed that my arm should have been amputated when I was a baby. I was sent to a specialist, and there was no disagreement about doing amputation surgery. All of the medical professionals who were involved said they had never seen an adult in my situation before because the surgery is done on babies and sometimes young children. My parents, my siblings, and all the rest of the relatives tried to talk me out of the surgery, but like I said, I don't talk to them anymore. It will be 3 years in October since I had my arm amputated. I had what's called a shoulder disarticulation, and I have no regrets at all. I had the odd phantom ache or twinge right after the surgery, but that went away shortly afterwards. And those aches and twinges were nothing compared to the pain that I had my whole life. I'm still amazed at what it's like to have a life with no pain. After the surgery, I had to learn to walk and balance again since the weight of my arm was missing, but now I'm able to do everything that I couldn't do before. I got a part-time job after the surgery, and now I have a full-time with my provincial government. I went back to finish school, and now in September, I'm starting university part-time at night. I can't go full-time during the day because I need to work full-time. It'll take me longer to earn my degree, but I'm still going to do it. I want to be an accountant. I don't regret having the surgery. I'm fine only having one arm. The one thing that's a bit annoying is having to take shirts and tops to a tailor to get the entire sleeve removed, because if I don't go to the tailor, the fabric from the unused sleeve gets in the way. But that isn't a big deal compared to what having my arm was like. I know you shouldn't hate people, but I hate my family for denying me a life like this. I went to therapy after I got my full-time job to work on this, but I still hate them some days. I forgot that I posted here until a while ago, but I wanted to post one more time because most people left kind comments or sent kind messages after my last post. Almost all of them were nice. I don't regret getting my arm amputated, and I would rather only have one arm if it meant not having dead weight for an arm and pain. I don't care if anyone thinks I'm wrong about my arm. I'll only have one arm for the rest of my life, but I don't regret getting rid of my useless arm. In the comments, most Canadian provinces, such as Ontario, have a mature minor doctrine, where minors under 18 can consent to medical procedures without their parents' permission. They need to be of sound mind and mature enough to know the situation and potential issues that may arise. But it's perfectly legal. I know it doesn't help OP, but they could have approached a doctor earlier and most likely have gotten it done sooner, as it sounded like they would have been mature enough to qualify. OP replies, "No. You think I didn't try that? Respectfully, you have no idea what I did or didn't do. I begged my parents and doctors for amputation surgery my entire life. Even when I got older, every single doctor I went to said they couldn't do it without the consent of my parents. I even tried talking to a lawyer one time. It was hard to find one since I didn't have any money, but even he said if I wasn't an adult, my parents had the final say. Doctors and a lawyer said there was no way under any law or policy, even if the doctors disagreed with my parents. Don't you think if I could have done it sooner, I would have? I've wanted this since I was old enough to understand what pain is. I would have given anything to have the surgery. I would have actually sold my soul if it was possible. You have no idea how much I tried. Don't just casually say that I could have done it sooner. It's easy to say that from in front of your screen or keyboard, but you have no idea what it was like for me. Stop acting like it was that easy. I'm proof it wasn't." Further in the comments, Coming in the Nile says, "Why on earth would any parent force their child to live like that? There's a reason that amputations for that condition are usually performed at birth." Unfortunately, the answer is ableism. They would rather have a suffering kid who can fill out 2 shirt sleeves than a thriving but visibly different kid. If the arm is non-functional, it's not different than having a prosthetic. Like, you have to be a sick individual to put someone through so much pain and suffering. The denial is strong. Having the surgery means admitting that your child was born with a defect, which means clearly you did something wrong. The wearing long sleeves thing definitely lends to the more important to keep up appearances thing. But I do agree that choosing to put your child through that to soothe your own ego is pretty fucked up. I'm not so sure that it's an aversion to surgery, it's the lack of their child being whole, despite the twisted manifestation. I can only speak from one instance, but in that case, the parents put their child through many, painful, and ultimately ineffective surgeries over the course of 15 years. This friend, now an adult, was born without the smaller lower leg bone and only half a foot. The parents were strongly encouraged to amputate at birth, and encouraged throughout. It's what my friend wanted. But the parents just could not stand the idea of their child not being whole. To them, even a barely functional leg was better than a functional prosthetic. So they forced them to go through a ton of surgeries and have a permanent limp, instead of one surgery and some prosthetic fittings. I think it's good to read these stories of people putting their children through unnecessary suffering, so that if we see examples of it in our daily lives, we can go put pressure on those parents for letting their children down, for allowing unnecessary suffering where there is an easier solution to these problems. I know not all instances of surgery are important or necessary for children, but I would hope that things like this child having an amputation for their foot or leg that was born without a bone and would be an obvious quality of life difference would be something that you do go pressure those parents about. OP's case, the arm is non-functioning. The arm is causing them an immense amount of pain. The previous cases mentioned in the first part of this post, where the commenter says, if their friend was still alive, they would have had that surgery because they were in an immense amount of pain. That is so sad. What happened to that child? Like, did they take their own life? It wouldn't have surprised me if OP took their own life before they turned 18 in this instance, because to me it sounds like their entire support group was not supporting them, and in fact they were enabling torture, really. Allowing a child to live a tortured and painful existence. People take their lives for less. I myself am so proud of OP for sticking it through, for cutting everyone out of their life after they got the surgery, for recognizing that their community sucked and their community failed them. Thank you for coming back and sharing an update, OP. I wish nothing but the best for you going forward. Am I the asshole for not getting rid of my cat? I, 41 female, have been dating a guy, 46 male, for several years. Last year, we took a break for about 6 months. In that time, I did not date anyone else, but he did. But I was working with someone who showed unreciprocated interest in me. This coworker was moving to another state and asked if I wanted to adopt his cat for my kids, and I jumped at the chance. We'd always wanted a cat, and it just seemed like a great opportunity. I lost contact with this coworker pretty quickly after he moved. My relationship with my boyfriend is really great, but recently he told me that he hates the cat because it came from a guy who was using it to try and sleep with me. He said he didn't want to even feed the cat when I'm gone, as it just reminds him of this other guy. It's just a cat, and I literally never think of the coworker who gave him to me. I told him that I'd never get rid of the cat to make him feel comfortable. Not just because of the cat, but because I won't be in a relationship where I have to prove my love by unnecessary sacrifice or pain. He said I'm choosing a cat over him. Am I the asshole for thinking this whole thing is stupid and weirdly childish? In the comments, Bent Scissors says, he said I'm choosing a cat over him. Well, you sure are, and it's the right call. Keep the cat, dump the man, not the asshole. You're not choosing the cat over him, you're choosing not to be controlled by someone's insecurity. Don't be surprised if your cat disappears, or is injured, or even if it somehow gets killed. In case you can't see them, let me help you. Red flags. Read the part back to yourself where the 46-year-old man can't make himself feed a cat because the previous owner may have wanted to sleep with you. Read it over and over until it really hits you how childish, manipulative, and absurd it is. And then realize how twisted it is to refuse an animal food because of it, and convince yourself to love yourself more than putting up with this. OP added in the comments, "Hi all, OP here. Thank you. I appreciate the insight. You're right, I knew it, I just needed to hear it loud and clear. I'm done with him, I'll be pulling the plug on this relationship today." You know, sometimes I take time off of reading the comments on my videos because I'm like, surely everyone's just going to agree with what the comments on Reddit had to say, because to me, those are more often than not the most common sense, correct approach to a situation like this, because to me, I agree with them here. He is being controlling, he is making a mountain out of a molehill and using it to attack OP. He is refusing to feed an animal because the animal's owner tried to have sex with OP. The cat's not trying to have sex with OP. The cat's an innocent victim in this. If you had to adopt that man's kid, and you know, like that man is dead, would you refuse to feed that kid? What about the kids that OP mentions? If those aren't his kids, they're from a previous partner, well, that previous partner did have sex with OP. Should you not also feed those kids that are under OP's care? It's just nonsensical. And to me, I just see so many people not caring about the lives of their pets. It's too much for me to get into personally, but it just rubs me so wrong when people are like, oh, $500 vet bill for my cat, it broke its leg. Yeah, let's just put it down. I can always get a new cat. Man, like, don't even get pets at that point. This situation is reminding me so much of that. I know it's not exactly the same, but I just can't get over how uncaring some people are towards their pets. And now, on to the update. I didn't know Reddit was the friend group that I needed, yet here we are. Yeah, he's gone. It didn't go well, but everyone was right. He was genuinely kind and normal for the most part. I think he's just good at masking. But in hindsight, there were some red flags of slowly escalating and controlling behaviour. This kind of yanked the wool off of my eyes. He's incredulous that I would break up over a cat, and then tried to gaslight me by saying, "I cannot believe that you'd actually think I wouldn't feed your cat." I just can't. Why would you believe my threats? They were obviously empty now that there's a price to pay. I was maybe being a little hyperbolic. I had a few drinks the other night. Do you think I'm a monster? And so on. And then it turned to how controlling it was, and he laughed at me like I'm being dramatic. Mean laughter. I've never heard him do that before. It went around, and he was very intentionally pretending not to understand and was changing the subject a lot. I told him I'm done. I'll pack up whatever shit you have at my house and drop it at your work. I guess I'm feeling relieved that I found out before I let him further into my life. It still sucks. I'm good at being single, so life moves on. Also, he's a completely inside cat, and I've changed the code on my door locks. We're safe. In the comments, quote, he said I'm choosing a cat over him. Well, yeah, cats don't issue stupid ultimatums because they're insecure. My cat issues stupid ultimatums because he's too confident. Either you feed me wet food in the next 3 seconds, or I knock the glass off the table. Too late, crash. This is so hypocritical. He can't feed a cat because it came from a guy who showed interest in her, but he's the one who dated during the break? OP should have said that she can't even look at him or feed him because it reminds her of the person or people he dated. Someone in the original post pointed out, if this is what he does to a cat from another man, how does he treat her kids? Believe it or not, I did not see that comment. That was an entirely original Marky thought. I'd like to congratulate myself for that. But yeah, it's good that they broke up. Crazy the kind of bullshit that people like him will come up with. When you confront them to their face about their unacceptable behavior, they can never admit to it. They are never in the wrong. Somehow it's your fault. Let me just twist it, laugh in your face. Put you down because I'm laughing in your face because you're actually the unserious one, not me. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how people have the patience for dickheads like him. I'm glad he's out of her life now. There wasn't a huge blow-up. He's not stalking her. He's not sending the flying monkeys after her. That is a breath of fresh air. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. Our next post is by user DesperateDad5763, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole for taking my daughter to 28 years later as a reward for going along with clothes shopping? I, 40s male, have 3 kids, all girls. We're going to my brother's wedding soon. My oldest is 12 and was upset that she's going as a guest when her sisters, 6 and 8, get to be flower girls, which she has never been. We've been trying to find something nice for Leah to wear, but she was not having a great time with this dress shopping process. Someone suggested that we do something fun afterward as a reward, like going out for lunch, taking a friend, or seeing a movie. Her friends are out of town, so I suggested we go shopping first and then go to a movie. We get the dress, then go to the theater. Leah wanted to watch 28 Years Later. It's rated R, and I'm not really okay with her watching something like that. I suggested we go see Superman or Lilo and Stitch, or take a rain check and watch Fantastic Four. But no, she wants to watch 28 Years Later. I figure, why not? I watched R-rated movies when I was younger. The only other person who would have a problem would be her mum, and she was working, so we go see that movie. Well, my wife found out, and she's furious that I let our daughter watch that movie. She says it was irresponsible for me to take her to it, and that we should have done something else. Her stance is that I should have suggested we do something else instead of doing what Leah wanted. I don't agree. First off, it was the only way we could get Leah to go along with getting a dress. Second, since she's too old to have a part in the wedding, I may as well let her do something adult and let her watch the movie. She actually handled it well, as she loved the movie. But my wife still thinks that it was irresponsible, and I was basically bribing our daughter into shopping. If this was such a big deal for her, she should have just taken her shopping herself. But I'm rambling. Am I the asshole for taking my daughter to 28 years later as a reward for going along with shopping for a wedding? In the comments, C-Roof says, not the asshole. She's 12 and is feeling jealous that she's not in the wedding with her little sisters because she's too grown up. So you did something grown up with her. Took her to see a scary film, and it's not the worst thing ever. Not the asshole. I saw way worse movies than 28 years later at that age. The only thing worse than blood was probably the giant zombie dong in the movie. I watched Freddy Krueger when I was about 6 or 7, and all the Terminator, Conan, Recall movies. It's not a big deal. Introduce kids to movies when you feel they can handle it. Edit, not the asshole. It's just part of growing up going to a horror movie or R-rated movie with a parent or older sibling. Not the asshole. If she's not having nightmares, then it's fine. And like, duh, yes, you were bribing her to dress shop. But I kinda think that's okay. She feels left out of a family wedding. You let her have a fun day. OP says, what else was I going to do? She was feeling left out of the pre-wedding stuff that her sisters got to do. It was getting to the point where she was refusing to go dress shopping because the last 2 times ended badly. Back up to the post, there's an edit. I'm getting a lot of comments about whether it was okay to let her watch an R-rated movie without her mum's okay. Here's my side of the story. My wife tried to take Leah dress shopping before. It ended with them fighting over what to wear because 1, Leah didn't like the clothes that her mum picked out, and 2, she didn't want to go to the wedding. A friend suggested we do something fun to reward her afterward, which is why I came up with the movie. The deal was that if we can find an outfit that Leah can wear without argument, then we can go to the movie as a reward. Her choice. I thought she would pick How to Train Your Dragon or Superman. I didn't think that she would want to watch 28 years later. Some people said that I should have taken her home if she didn't pick another movie. I think that would have been counterproductive. What kind of message am I sending if I took her shopping and then said, okay, we picked out a dress that you don't like and it's gonna go to Goodwill once this shindig is over, but since you won't pick another movie, we're going home. Besides, I watched worse things when I was younger. We don't normally watch horror movies. I love them, but my wife is stricter on what the kids watch. The kids mostly watch things like Disney or DreamWorks or family films. As for the movie, Leah loved it. She and I had a pretty good talk on the way home. She'd never watched 28 Days Later, so I filled her in on what had happened. The only part that she found upsetting was the story with the mum, but that has to do with her losing a classmate recently. We talked a bit about how it would have felt for the kid in the movie. He's the same age as her, and what that would have been like for both him and his actor. She hasn't had any nightmares, but I'm gonna go talk to her again just to make sure things are okay. Look, I get where the mum's coming from with this one, but really, I think she is overreacting in this instance. And she's refusing to see the situation from his perspective and the daughter's perspective, that shoehorning what the mum wants in this situation over what is actually fair and will be a reasonable compromise for the child would just damage the child even further. I think OP is correct. Finding a middle ground that will cause the least amount of drama and cause the least amount of upset for his 12-year-old daughter. She really did get kind of screwed over here with not being involved in the wedding at all. And do we really expect a 12-year-old to behave if they are being hard done by and left out? I really do think OP's partner, the mum, is being a bit of an intentionally obtuse asshole here by not seeing that this is a great solution. And hey, if the horror movie was so damaging and the daughter did hate the horror movie, she wouldn't ask for them in the future. You know, this would be a precedent to set. You can't handle horror movies. But turns out she can actually handle it. She loved it, and it was a good experience with her and OP. What more can you ask for? And now onto the first update, which is titled, Is it normal to have kids at the rehearsal dinner? So my brother is getting married this weekend. There's a rehearsal dinner on Friday night. He and his wife-to-be made it clear that it was a bridal party only. My wife and I took it to mean adults only. However, my brother is now telling me that it includes the kids in the party, aka my 2 younger daughters and a nephew, and that his wife can't wait to see them at the dinner. We have another kid who isn't in the party. We already made plans for an older cousin to take them to go get pizza and watch the Fantastic Four. I need some input. Is it normal to have the kids at the rehearsal dinner? I can't find any other info online. Otherwise, I'm just going to tell my brother that the kids have already made plans. Edit. To be clear, the plan is for our younger kids to go to the rehearsal itself and then have the cousin come pick them up for the movie. The other reason why we thought the dinner would be adults only is because it's going to be at a steakhouse that doesn't offer a lot for kids. Lastly, why is my oldest kid not in the bridal party? My brother says that she's too old. She's not the only one, as she has some older cousins who didn't make the cut either. She's hanging out with them on the day of the rehearsal. Edit 2. I just got off the phone. I asked my brother what he meant by bridal party only and kids in the party. He said that the rehearsal dinner was for everyone who went to the rehearsal and their parents. I asked if my oldest could come even though she's a guest, and he said no because his wife's family is paying for it, the restaurant is really pricey, and they want to keep it to people actually in the wedding. My wife apparently got a pass because of our 2 youngest. What a crock of crap. I told my brother that, sorry, the kids already have plans for Friday night, but my wife and I will be there. In the comments, a Shrek says, "Why would your brother exclude one of his nieces? Being too old is a dumb excuse. She could have been a junior bridesmaid or anything." OP says, "This was brought up. Apparently the bride only wanted her relatives and friends to be her bridesmaids. All I'm gonna say is that I don't see my brother's marriage lasting long." I don't think normal applies to this situation. Bride is doing some odd things. To exclude one of your kids based on her age is not kind. Certainly, she could have found some role for her during the wedding. If the bride didn't want her as a junior bridesmaid, then the groom should have had her as an attendant on his side. What's the harm in letting her wear a pretty dress and walk down the aisle? Certainly, no one expected her to go on the bachelorette trip. Weddings are about creating bonds between families as well as the couple. The shared memories create a bond. Having a role in the wedding creates a stronger bond. It's about more than the aesthetic for just that day. Why don't people get that? And now, onto the next update. Hey y'all, it's been a couple of weeks, but I wanted to post an update. To recap, I took my 12-year-old daughter to watch 28 Years Later as a reward, incentive, bribe to go along with dress shopping for a family wedding. I had a lot of comments reassuring me that I didn't do anything wrong. That felt like a relief. I'm an 80s kid, and I'd watched movies like Alien, Terminator, Child's Play, and Friday the 13th by the time that I was Leah's age. Good to know others got to share those experiences, because sometimes it feels like she doesn't get to experience that freedom that I got to enjoy growing up. My wife was pissed about the movie. She grew up in a more conservative household and didn't watch her first R-rated movie until she was in her 20s. Her concern was that Leah had never seen a movie like 28 Years Later and pointed out how scary the trailer and the advertisements were. She was afraid that she would get nightmares, which didn't happen. Couldn't we have done something else instead? I asked her if she noticed how upset Leah was at dress shopping because on the drive home, Leah told me that while she hated shopping, she had fun at the movie. That was when she spilled. She was upset at being left out of the wedding, how she didn't want to be a guest when her sisters and cousins get to be flower girls, or ushers, or the ring bearer. She didn't like how she looks in the dresses, and was afraid of what everyone was going to say about her, but she hated the suit that she tried on more. She thought it felt like a chore, and asked if it was too late not to go. And that once, her mum had said that it wasn't about her. As much as she hated that we watched 28 Years Later, my wife admitted that she screwed up on the dress part, that we should have made more of an effort to make this wedding experience better for her. My wife apologized and said that I did good. The wedding itself was a dumpster fire, but that's a story for another time. My wife did make it up to Leah by letting an older cousin take her out to get her hair and nails done the morning of the wedding. One good thing that came out of this, Leah loved the movie date and has been asking when we can do it again. I returned the dress. She did say that she hated it and won't wear it again, and I'm going to use the money to take her to watch Weapons when it comes out. We've also been watching more movies together at home, when her sisters are in bed, of course. In the comments, Mobius Stripping says, I'm guessing her mum doesn't know about the alpha dong in the movie. And OP says, I love how the giant willy is the first thing that people mention about this movie. Kinda wanna know what happened at the wedding. I love hearing wedding disasters. You returned the dress after she already wore it? If so, that's sort of an asshole thing to do. A lot of people end up wearing a dress that they wore to a wedding only once, unfortunately. Good to know that things worked out though. OP says, to be honest, she wore it for maybe 2 hours before leaving the wedding. What do you do with a barely used dress? And for the record, Leah suggested burning it. You sell or give it to a thrift shop or Goodwill, etc. You were not the asshole until you said you returned the dress. That put you straight into the asshole territory. Nice way to screw over someone. And for those wondering what happened at the wedding, this one's titled, The Wedding Coordinator Screamed at an Usher, Leading to a Walkout. This happened at my brother's wedding last week. There were 4 ushers, 2 of whom are our nephews, and 2 who were related to the bride. I don't remember how they're related. This is a wedding of 250 plus people, and the bride's ushers disappeared, leaving Jackson and Newt, who are 17 and 14, to hold down the fort. Something important to note is that we think Newt is on the spectrum. He gets easily overstimulated. Having to deal with hundreds of guests left him feeling overwhelmed. My daughter Leah is close to Newt, and he asked her to help while he went to calm down. I'm in this room, getting ready with my brothers and the other groomsmen, when someone comes to get me because the wedding coordinator is screaming at my 12-year-old. I run out the front, and I see this Abby Lee Miller-looking psycho yelling at my daughter, screaming at my nephew, and Newt is freaking out while Leah is trying to calm him down. My sister Melissa is alerted, and she comes out, yelling at the coordinator to stop it. It became this whole thing where everyone was shouting and screaming at each other like it's an episode of Real Housewives of Fort Myers. When it's over, the coordinator stormed off, Newt is freaking out, and Leah, Jackson, and Melissa are furious. Melissa decided then and there to take the boys home. Leah wants to go too, which me and her mum give the okay. Several of their cousins also decided to walk out. We end up leaving immediately after the ceremony. The bride was furious that half the attendees, mostly on the groom's side, ended up not coming to the reception. As for the 2 other ushers, right now, the bride and the groom are in trouble with the venue because the ushers were found smoking on the grounds. We live in Florida, and what they were smoking isn't legal recreationally. In the comments, quote, the wedding was a dumpster fire, but that's a story for another time. The fuck it is. Juice that orange. Daughter who didn't want to be there to begin with got screamed at by some psycho for helping her autistic cousin, and half the attendees left? Oh damn, that's the shit. I feel sorry for the girl though. At least she gets to watch some flicks with Pops now. Helping her autistic cousin because the bride's grown half of the usher team, I'm assuming older than 14 and 17, were off partaking of the jazz cabbage instead of doing their jobs at a massive wedding. What kind of psycho wedding planner starts yelling at guests? You're asking the wrong question. What kind of psycho wedding planner starts yelling at a teenage boy and then doubles down by yelling at the preteen girl who came to his rescue? Why is the bride upset at the groom's family instead of getting pissed off at the person that she hired to make sure her wedding ran smoothly, caused a scene? If a teenager insists on seeing a scary film and it's too scary for them and they get scared, then lesson learned, right? You win and they stay away from the scary films that you were protecting them from. Exactly this. I took my son with me to see Maze Runner when he was under the age of 10 because I figured, young adult movie, how bad can it be? He asked if we could leave because the grievers freaked him out. My husband and I made sure to vet movies before we let him watch them after that. So a few years later, on his 11th birthday, our original plan fell through, and I told him he could pick a movie to watch, and we'd see it, no arguments. He chose Us, and I told him, okay, I'm not arguing, but this is a horror film that I haven't seen yet, and we're not leaving the theater if you get scared. You'll just have to sit there and cover your eyes. He agreed, but the movie was so good, and we were talking about the cinematography for about a week afterward. He's into crap like Terrifier 2 now, and I refuse to see that, so he has to vet movies for me these days. There was so much going on towards the end of this story that, like, do I talk about how the movie one ended, or do I talk about the wedding itself? So much room for activities, so little time. But I will say, OP was damn right about that marriage not lasting long, because if the wedding was this much of a shit show, oh boy, that is not a good start for those two. I wish them all the best of luck. I just don't understand in what universe it's appropriate for a wedding planner to be screaming at a 12 and 14-year-old. Just doesn't make any sense to me. You'd think, all right, you guys, you're not able to do the job right. You guys can leave, I'll find someone else to do this usher job. Not like absolutely tearing them a new asshole. That's giving sad narcissist vibes. It's giving, I like having power over kids and screaming at them because I found an opportunity to assert my dominance. Piece of shit behavior right there. Thanks for the story, and thank you for even more stories that happened as a result of that OP. Love that. My wedding is on the 25th, but now my fiancé says he isn't sure if we should get married. My wedding is supposed to happen 20 days from now. However, my fiancé says he's not sure if he can go through with it. I, female 28, have tried to help him, male 30, figure out if he's just having normal pre-wedding nerves or cold feet, but he says he doesn't know. He swears he's not having an affair or hiding anything from me, but he isn't sure if we should go through with the wedding. We have people coming from all over the province, but he's second-guessing getting married, and I'm not even sure what to do. We've been together for 4 years. We've lived together for 2 years, and have been engaged for over a year. He's never displayed any problems with commitment. I've never had to give him any ultimatums or push him along when it comes to moving forward in our relationship. Up until 8 days ago, he was enthusiastic about our wedding and us looking for a house. We haven't had any other big changes to our lives or any bad news recently, so I don't know where his hesitation is coming from. No family problems either. Each of our families love the other and are excited about the wedding. I love him, and this is scaring me because he won't even tell me why he suddenly feels this way. The wedding is supposed to be on the 25th, and he's refusing to let me in or help him figure out his feelings. I don't even know what to do now. In the comments, Convivial Cat says, if he won't talk to you or deal with this appropriately, then I think you should appreciate that he's showing you who he really is. If he is unable to be an adult about this issue, he will never be able to deal with much more difficult and serious issues that come up in married life. You are fortunate to learn this now instead of after you get married. It's time to tell him to get on the phone today and call both sets of your parents and tell them that he is cancelling the wedding because he has decided that he is unsure about getting married and doesn't know why. I hope they aren't going to be out a lot of money. If they are, he needs to reimburse them. And don't you even think about making excuses for him. He's jerked you around long enough. Next, he needs to call each guest and tell them the same thing. These guests are spending time and money. He needs to give them as much advance notice as possible. He also needs to cancel all the vendors and pay for your personal out-of-pocket. This is on him for waiting way too long and not having any kind of explanation. Stop babying him. That time has passed. It's time to start mitigating the damages. OP replies, I just want to clarify that there are no parents to call. Neither of us have any living parents. Also, no one else paid for our wedding. Him and I paid for everything ourselves. Apologies for any confusion. I didn't say anything about our parents or someone else paying for our wedding in my post, so I wanted to clarify. Thank you for replying. Good Narwhal says, you do know that marrying someone who feels like this about their upcoming wedding is a terrible idea, right? Jesus Christ, yeah, this is a terrible idea to get married to someone who brings that up 20 days before the wedding. I don't care what the YouTube comments have to say. I like that Reddit comment saying, make him cancel everything. Let him be the one to break the bad news to everyone, and let him be the one explaining why he is doing such. I don't see why you, OP, should be made to do any of that and do damage control on his behalf. By pulling out of the wedding, he's pulling out of this relationship. Like, let's just be honest. I know you love the man. I know you're going to marry this guy. But he's shown you that he's not who he is by doing this. And I say, have these deeper conversations with him. Make sure you're absolutely on the same level about this. Make him be completely honest and transparent that he's not just having anxiety, he's not just having a hot girl moment. And if it is true that he is serious about this, he has to be the one to break it to everyone. He started it, he finishes it. I think that's incredibly disrespectful for him to drag it this long, knowing that he didn't want to marry you. I think that's really messed up. And now, onto the update. My update is that I didn't get married. My relationship is over, and I'm blocking him and moving out tomorrow. I want to thank everyone who left supportive comments on my last post. They were appreciated. Whenever I asked him if he thought it was cold feet, did something happen, etc., he always just said he didn't know. We had guests driving from all over the province, so the day after my post, I told everyone that the wedding was postponed. Fortunately, anyone who isn't local was able to cancel their hotel reservations without penalty, and everyone got a refund from what they bought off the registry. I would have felt terrible if any of our guests had lost money over this. I suggested we go to counseling to figure this out. He agreed, but then on the day of our first appointment, he said he was fine to get married. And when we went to the appointment, he told the therapist that I overreacted by canceling the wedding and blamed me for all the money we lost. The venue and all of our vendors had 30-day cancellation clauses, and he didn't start saying that we shouldn't get married until after the cancellation deadline. Fuck this guy. What an asshole, actually. No, that's such a piece of shit thing for him to do. Honestly, fuck this guy. After how he acted at the appointment, I knew I couldn't marry him. He was shocked when I refused to renew our lease together and said I was moving out. I try not to care what anyone thinks, but at least all of our family and friends think that he was unreasonable and don't blame me. In the comments, Dead Bedroom Casualty says, "Canceling a wedding is expensive, but divorce is more expensive and painful. You did the right thing." This is what really frosts my cookies. He told the therapist I overreacted by canceling the wedding and blamed me for all the money we lost. The venue and all of our vendors had the 30-day cancellation clauses, and he didn't start saying we shouldn't get married until after the cancellation deadline. So, dude was having cold feet, but is now pissed because she rightly cancelled the wedding and they lost money? That makes no sense. What did he expect? That they'd just press on ahead? What an idiot. My guess is that he wanted her to grovel/go into the marriage feeling insecure and easy to manipulate. Instead, she pulled the badass boss move, and now he's got nothing and is down money. Smells like justice. He won't even tell me why he suddenly feels this way. He's refusing to let me in or help him figure out his feelings. This is the real deal breaker. I'm proud of OP for calling his fucking bluff. Me too. Life is simultaneously too short and too fucking long to spend it with someone who would rob you of your peace and withhold the respect that you deserve, like he did to her. Take your sloppy fucking mess and hit the bricks, dude. Good riddance. Shout out to Hit the Bricks. How a man can read so many pieces of paper in a car every day of these exact same stories. I need to go find him and do a collab sometime. That'd be so funny. Charlotte Lucas says, he expected the wedding to go forward, but then to have a, well, you knew I had doubts card to play to manipulate her later on if he proved to be a shitty husband. She called his bluff and did the mature thing of cancelling the wedding ASAP and seeking counseling to dig into such a vital problem as him just getting bad vibes about the marriage, and he was scrambling to find a way to blame her anyhow. Fuck around and find out. There's definitely something in the water lately. My friend just ended her engagement when her ex-fiancé randomly brought up, hey, moving to other country on the side of the world with no rights for women. Sound good to you? My family lives there and I think we should move. What's wrong with people? She went, no. Well, it was a huge argument, but simplified down to her absolutely saying, no, no, no. Weeks go by, and a moving truck pulls up to the house. Why? Well, to put some things in storage before the move, he said. She said that he looked absolutely pale and shocked when she said she's breaking up with him. He backtracked, tried being like, no, the moving truck was for my old things that I want to donate. Oh, yeah? Dipshit. Something about the day after recording a podcast session with Jack just really frosts my cookies, you know what I'm saying? But if I want to get into my personal gripes here, he put her in a no-win situation. This man was like the living embodiment of, I'm playing both sides, so no matter what, I always win. And the thing that stings me the most, that always pisses me off when it comes to stories of this nature, it's when she says, why did you get cold feet? Did something happen? Etc. And the answer that pisses me off is, I don't know. He didn't know. Shut up. Yes, you do know, but you don't want to say. Why are people so avoidant? You are so direct with people, and they just go, I don't know. I don't know why I'm feeling this way. I have no idea. I don't know anything. I'm a big dummy with air for brains. Much to my chagrin, I will erupt feral from my cardigan if you tell me you don't know. And then obviously him saying that she overreacted by cancelling the wedding, blaming her. And then he won't even tell me why he suddenly feels this way. He's refusing to let me in or help me figure out his feelings. I just want to understand why people are like this. Why do you even go along with marrying someone if you're going to be this dysfunctional as a person? What is the point? Do you get off on being dysfunctional? Do these people get off on playing games? Yeah, I'm so ready and committed to you to the point of marriage and connecting our lives entirely, but I don't trust you enough to tell you anything or give you an honest, straight answer, and I don't respect you enough to admit that I was the one wrong here, that I was the one causing problems. Actually, it's all your fault. You questioning my decisions? God, you, OP, you have some nerve, don't you, questioning my dysfunction. There's more to talk about, obviously, and if I brought this one up on the podcast with Jack, we'd probably go back and forth for 10 minutes. Someone in the comments would tell Jack he's an idiot for having different opinions than the norm. I would laugh, and the world would keep turning. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. That's how this story makes me feel. So yeah, not the asshole, OP. Our next post is by a deleted user, and it's titled, Am I the asshole for not allowing my daughter to visit her dad without her dog? I never thought that I'd actually post, but my bestie told me to put it out here for an impartial judgment. My ex, divorced 9 years, and I have a 14-year-old daughter who sees them 2 to 3 weekends a month, depending on their work schedule. We have no official custody or visitation agreement in place. 3 months ago, my ex moved their girlfriend in after dating for 6 weeks. He says he's too old to do this silly dating thing. Wow, another shiny green flag. And has decided to move on full throttle with her. Okay, fine. His life. I've met her 3 times during drop-offs and she seemed fine. I remarried 3 years ago and we have all co-parented very well. Okay, now on to the issue. My daughter has a chronic disease and an extensively trained service dog because of this. She's a German Shepherd if that makes any difference. We got her approximately 8 months ago. She was nearly 20k, so it took a lot of financial finagling and research for my ex and my spouse and I to both find and purchase her. She has been a godsend. Before Sherry came along, my daughter had wicked anxiety about going anywhere, especially school or out in public. She is, of course, medicated, but has breakthrough episodes which her MD attributes to puberty. She is closely monitored, but she still has them. Before Sherry, she would refuse to go anywhere for days at a time, and we ended up having a tutor come in so that she could keep up with the schoolwork. I refused to completely homeschool her because I feel that if I did, she would withdraw from society completely. Enter Sherry, who has made a huge difference in her life. She goes everywhere with her, is a star at my daughter's high school, and my daughter has actually become almost extroverted. She's even joined theatre club and is currently attending a summer workshop on it. She says just knowing that Sherry is with her lessens her anxiety, as now she knows when something is going to happen, and that coming to with Sherry curled up next to her comforts her and makes her know that she is safe during them. Now the issue. Guess what girlfriend's name is? You guessed it. First, she demanded that we change the dog's name. I laughed and said that that was not an option. Again, highly trained dog. You just don't go around changing an animal's name anyway. And she's almost 3 years old. I told girlfriend if she didn't like sharing her name with the dog, she could change hers. That didn't go over well. Yesterday, my daughter came home crying, saying girlfriend is insisting that when daughter visits, Sherry should remain at home. I said absolutely not. I told my ex, and his reply was, daughter didn't have the dog for years and she was okay. She'll be okay now, I know what to do. I said that his knowing what to do wasn't the issue. I said that our daughter was not okay before. She was anxious, borderline agoraphobic, and miserable. He called me a drama queen and said that if she brings Sherry with her, then she can't come. I said fine, she won't be visiting. He said I was guilty of parental alienation and would be taking me to court if necessary, and I said, bring it on. My daughter is torn. She doesn't want to be without Sherry, but she also wants to visit her dad. So am I the asshole? In the comments, Secret Afternoon says, not the asshole. Would your ex insist that your daughter leave a prosthetic limb at home if his girlfriend didn't like it? I can't imagine any decent family court judge not telling this guy to go get his fucking priorities straight. And yes, I have heard a family court judge tell someone this. Ironically, because he prioritized his dogs over his kid. OP says, the kicker is that my ex is actually allergic to dogs. He's been getting shots and taking antihistamines so that he can deal with Sherry, and when her neurologist suggested looking into a service dog, he didn't blink. But girlfriend has to be coddled because of her name. Make it make sense. Jen says, not the asshole. And let the judge rake him over the coals in court. Sherry isn't a dog. She's a medical device. Would dad be allowed to leave an insulin pump or asthma inhaler at home because he knows what to do? No, he would not. Exactly. Frame it like that and see what he says. Human Sherry can get a nickname or something. I think that she should just go by Human Sherry, and if she doesn't like that, then I'm sure Opie and her daughter can come up with some ideas. Opie says, well, since this became an issue, I really focused on how often the actual name Sherry was said in a day. I mean, my daughter will say, come on girl, or my precious baby, and things like that instead of her name, so I really think girlfriend is just making a thing out of nothing to stir the pot. Maida G says, not the asshole. If I were you, I'd tell him that he either does the visits at his house or not at all. He's treating his own daughter like she's an inconvenience. He's choosing to get his dick wet over being a good dad. And OP replies, I don't want my daughter or Sherry at his house with girlfriend there. I don't trust her not to do something because she's furious about this post. My ex-sister-in-law kindly shared it with her. The darling. And my daughters say that she was already snarky to them before all of this happened. Oh man, I can see this update going as well as any update could possibly go. It's always so funny when people think that they can bring minor inconveniences to the family court and be taken seriously, as if the dog isn't a genuine medical device that he, before all of this, proved that he was willing to step up for, did not have a problem with, and went out of his way to medicate himself against whatever effects the dog had on him. But oh no, suddenly it's now a problem, and that he was never cool with it actually. Also, the projection is insane. Mr. Parental Alienator out here points fingers and says, no, actually, you're the one that's parental alienating. The parental alienation is strong on this side of the room. Not from my side of the room, actually. Mine's really chill. My side of the room's kind of like parental humaning. The direct opposite of aliening. I wonder how long it's going to take for him to realize that his girlfriend is going to cause him to lose custody of his children. Like, be so for real, man. She's getting directly in between your relationship with your kids. And if you put your wants for your girlfriend above your needs for your children, that's not going to go so well. I don't think she's going to be with you forever, brother. She'll leave your ass one day and you will have nothing. So I'd say to him, get your head out of your ass and get your priorities straight. What's wrong with you? And now, on to the update. So I sent the link to this post to my ex, and he responded by calling my daughter and apologizing. He's still being an asshole, as he's saying that they will do visits at his mum's house, a couple of streets away from him, as it still makes girlfriend upset hearing her name referring to a dog. Whatever. So for now, this is what they've worked out. He's happy, daughter is happy. She told me she doesn't really like the girlfriend, but has been polite, and Sherry stays where she belongs, with daughter. One thing I'd like to point out, girlfriend's name is spelled Cherie with a little accent over the last E and pronounced Cherie, whereas our girl is plain old Sherry, like berry. So I think this was just girlfriend stirring the pot. Thank you all for helping me show X where his priorities should be. 1. I originally put her diagnoses and the purpose of Sherry in the post, but it was flagged and removed for seeing medical advice. She has a disorder that starts with E and ends with Y. 2. Sherry is a seizure response dog. The fact she lessens my daughter's anxiety about not knowing when a seizure is coming on and having one in public is a huge bonus, but not the main purpose of Sherry's training. 3. For the idiot who told me Sherry couldn't be an actual service animal because real ones don't cost money, no? She went through a 1.5 years of training, and we could only afford her because my parents put a second mortgage on their house, and my ex, current spouse, and I all worked a second job until we had enough. We are not wealthy. I'm a CNA. My husband is a mechanic, and my ex manages a restaurant. We looked into organizations that subsidize the cost of a service animal, but the waiting lists were 3 years or more, and we needed a dog now. We had to drive halfway across the country to pick her up. All those saying she is a medical device are 100% spot on. 4. For now, my daughter is going to spend my ex's weekends with his mother, who loves Sherry as much as we do, and he's going to hang out with her there. He knows he's effed up. His mother and both his sisters have all torn him new ones, but it takes him time to admit when he's wrong because he's a stubborn son of a bitch. This post has opened his eyes, but it also ticked him off to no end being called out. Older daughter said that sister-in-law went over and told girlfriend off, but didn't provide details, and I'm really trying hard to be an adult and not pump her for more info. 5. For those saying he's going to be baby-trapped, he had a vasectomy, thank goodness. In the comments, Wakeful Dreamer says, so daughter and dad only see each other at grandma's house now, and this is expected to go on for how long? Daughter will always have the medical condition. Is this an acknowledgement that the girlfriend is a short-term thing? Or a naive belief that one's daughter and one's girlfriend can be mutually exclusive and separate parts of one's life? OP replies, I think he sees this as a compromise to get girlfriend off his back. My daughter loves staying with her grandma, and at this point, wants nothing to do with girlfriend. So she's very happy with the arrangement. And if I know my ex-mother-in-law, she's going to make him squirm every time he's over there. Appropriate Mind says, I'm baffled by the childish behavior of the girlfriend. It's not like you purposely named the dog with the same name. If I'm not mistaken, the dog came to you with that name. Not that it matters. I hate to say my opinion or to sound harsh, but your ex needs to prioritize his daughter, and although I'm not there in the same house, I can just imagine the manipulation of the girlfriend that goes on in that house. The moment a new partner starts to try and establish dominance or some sense of hierarchy, I think a relationship is going to suffer. OP replies, she did come with that name, and we were advised not to change it by the trainer. X knows this. X also knows that the trainer stated that Sherry should not go extended periods, or even frequent short periods away from daughter, as it will not only cause her anxiety, since my daughter is her reason to be, in their words, as well as possibly affect her training. He's just currently an idiot in the midst of a mid-late life crisis. Someone else says, also, what the asshole doesn't understand is that the stress is a major trigger for her illness. Not having her there could set off episodes, and what is he gonna do if he steps out for something? Does this girlfriend know what to do if she has an episode? Can you be sure that she would even help the daughter if she had one, seeing as there is animosity between them over her support animal's name? OP says, when she first moved in, my ex tried to show her how to use my daughter's rescue med, which is in a nasal spray form, and she was, "Oh, I don't need to learn. You or your older sister will be here to do it." This I didn't find out until my daughter told me she didn't want the dog there. Girlfriend is racking up the strikes. Just Breathe says, I'm glad she won the mother-in-law in the divorce. She said in a comment that wasn't included that her mother-in-law actively dislikes her and they generally don't get along, and mother-in-law still sided with her and told her son that he was being a bad father. She sided with the daughter, not OP, which also isn't guaranteed for sure, but I don't really think it's about OP's opinion at all. Also, she probably hates the girlfriend too. If I were the new girlfriend in this scenario, I would think that it was hilarious that I shared a name with the doggo and be happy to be called Human Sherry for eternity. My aunt, father's sister, recently got a new dog and named it after my father. They see each other every other month or so, and my immediate family is all very confused about this decision. I visited a few months ago, and it was very disconcerting to hear, "Steve, no," while my dad was minding his business. My parents call the dog Junior. My fiancé has no bridesmaids, and it's making her so upset that she wants to call off the wedding. How can I help? My fiancé and I are recently engaged and have been together since we were 18. She's not the bridezilla type, but she has imagined a nice wedding. She's not very social and has no sisters or female cousins, and as a result, she has no bridesmaids. 0. I, on the other hand, have a solid group of guys to be groomsmen, and they're already talking bachelor party. My fiancé won't have a bridal shower, or a bachelorette party, or anyone to go dress shopping with, etc. And it's really bringing her down, and she won't even talk about weddings. Once she said between sniffles, "Can't we just sign a paper at a courthouse?" But I know neither of us really want that. I've suggested having my sisters and cousins as bridesmaids, but they don't really know her well, and likely wouldn't want to. How can I help her? In the comments, you can have a nice wedding without bridesmaids and groomsmen. There are plenty of options between that traditional scenario and just signing a paper at the courthouse. OP says, I'm thinking that'll be my only option. I just don't want my fiancé to feel lonely. Trishy May says, my wife and I got married in December. The only people involved in the ceremony were us, the priest, and her sister who handed over the rings. It was a very nice, small wedding. We were both happy to not have people there, and we threw our own little party the night before with her sisters. Also, see if your groomsmen can get their girlfriends or sisters to take over and show her a good time. But since they aren't already friends, make sure you pay for all of it. OP says, yeah, I'll ask my buds if they know any women that can help. Even if they're not bridesmaids, I think my fiancé deserves at least a nice party or someone to help her buy a dress. Someone else says, this is tough. I imagine she's feeling pretty vulnerable right now. One thing I would encourage is to think creatively about her bridal party. She doesn't have to fill it with just female friends or family members roughly her age. My brother was in my, 27 females, party, and my husband had a female friend and almost asked one of his professors to be in his. If you think outside the box, is there anyone else out there important to her who would stand by her side? As for the other things you mentioned, I didn't have a bridal shower and I don't regret it. And I went dress shopping with my mum. Our wedding was a little non-traditional in that regard, but it was lovely and a good fit for us. OP says, the thing is, her brother is deployed and won't be there for the wedding, and her mum isn't in the picture. She only has her father. Is there a reason that her father can't take her dress shopping? OP says, he can, and he probably will, but like me, he knows jack shit about clothes. Someone else says, I wonder if she was really joking about signing the paper at the courthouse. Personally, I've always envisioned having a discreet wedding like that. One idea for a compromise could be just to have you two and witnesses at the courthouse, then have a larger reception/party where the lack of bridesmaids wouldn't be so obvious. Your friends could play some kind of special role, even if they don't have a parallel on her side. OP says, no, she just wants a wedding. She's just been saying recently that she doesn't deserve one. Oh man, this just gets sadder the more that OP gives us more information on this one. I feel so bad. People are giving really good suggestions in ideas to have a wedding in between just the paper and a full-on ceremony like everyone else does. I hope she's able to listen to him bringing these ideas to her and take them to heart and really consider it, not just tell herself that she doesn't deserve a wedding. She does! She does deserve a nice wedding that she can be happy with. It's not the end of the world having no friends. There's always time to make more friends later. I wish I could just reach out and hug her and tell her it's gonna be okay. It's a really defeatist and sad mindset that she's in right now, and I hope that OP knows her well enough to know what to say to bring her out of that. And now, onto the update. I didn't expect to update this fast. I didn't expect to update at all, unless something miraculous happened, and it did. In short, I have the best friends in the world. I read through a ton of these comments, but not all, because there was over 1,000, and decided to look for my fiance's box of wedding planning stuff, because I had a suspicion. Inside the box was all of these magazine clippings of a big church wedding, flower ideas, and stuff like that, and then I saw pictures of the dresses. They were all big, puffy, ornate things that don't seem akin to my fiance's style at all, but they are similar to the dresses that my sisters wore at their weddings. It all sort of clicked for me. My fiancé probably doesn't want a church wedding or any of these fancy trimmings. She's just trying to win my family's favor. The hell. I really should have noticed this earlier and gotten more involved, I know. My fiancé flew home on Thursday to spend a few days with her dad, as it was Father's Day weekend and all. I couldn't go because of work, so I was alone until this morning. So, real late at night, I called up my buddy Ravi, 26 male. Ravi's my best man. We've known each other since we were kids, split up when we went off to college, and reconnected 3 years ago. We moved to SC, which I'm guessing is South Carolina, so I could join the company that he works for. I just opened up to Ravi. It was really late, but he listened to me anyway, about my worries about my fiancé. He said that it was very likely that she was trying to curry favor with my family, but she probably wasn't going to admit to it easily. He said he would talk to her. I told him that he barely knows her, and he said not to worry and that he would be around tomorrow evening. My fiancé came home happy this morning. She always is after seeing her dad. I went off to work without asking about the wedding, and she set to work on her writing, as she's off for the summer. I got home early, and at 5 p.m., Ravi came to my house with my other good friends, Carson, Andrew, and Tim, who were 23 to 30 years old male. I know all of these guys from various places, and we're all a solid group. Still, this was unexpected. Ravi came up to my fiancé and said that the guys were taking her wedding dress shopping. We were both freaked out as hell. I had no idea this was coming, and my fiancé looked like she wanted to crawl into a hole and die. She whispered to me, "They won't like me," and I urged her to just go for it. Ravi reminded her that he has sisters. Carson's been divorced, and Andrew's had his fair share of girlfriends, so they know dresses. Plus, he has a lady friend that works at a small boutique where they'd try first. She still didn't want to go, and then he said something like, "Hey, you're marrying our best friend. Don't you think we should get to know you and make sure you're not a ghost or something?" He's not great with tact, but she chuckled a little at that and gave in. They were gone for a while and came back an hour ago. They didn't find a dress, but they looked around the stores for a while, and fiancé found a style she liked, not the puffy ball gown style. They also went out for ice cream, and when they walked in the door, she was joking and laughing with them all. I hadn't seen her so happy in a long time. It was amazing. Then we all sat down together, and Ravi asked her to talk to me about what's on her mind. I still don't know how they got her to open up. She whispered that she didn't really want the big church wedding, that she wanted to wait a little while and plan a small ceremony for just the people that we really cared about. I was all for it. I told her not to worry about bridesmaids or anything, it could be just us. She said no, she wants her dad, the guys, and my family to be there. Andrew, a kick-ass guitar player, said he'd put together a band for us. He asked my fiancée what her favorite song is, and he'd figure out an arrangement. This is the kind of question that she usually dodges, but she blushed a little and actually told the truth. It's Panama by Van Halen, if anyone cares. Girl knows how to rock out. This was the real sign that she's starting to trust them. I don't think anyone knows her favorite song except me and her dad, who bought her Van Halen CDs growing up. I told her that I'd call my family and tell them the church wedding is off. If they make a big stink about it, I don't care. I have my bros and my beautiful future bride, and that's all the family that I need. In the comments, Mac Sableeyes says, "Excuse my pregnancy hormones, but I'm reading this and bawling. Damn hormones. My husband is freaking out because I'm like, Ravi, wah wah." He's asking, who the hell is Ravi, and why did he make you cry? I'm sniffling like, he's awesome. I'm crying because he's awesome. Now I've got some explaining to do after my water facet stops leaking. Those are some awesome friends you have there. OP says, I almost teared up myself when she told Andrew her favorite song was Panama. It's such a small thing, but it meant so damn much that she was opening up. Gold Teeth says, that's great. I'm glad things are working out with the wedding. Hopefully your fiancé uses this experience to realize that people do want her around and want to get to know her and care about her. And hopefully this will show her how important friends are for support, etc. OP says, I agree 100%. My fiancée isn't a difficult, unfriendly person, she just doesn't see how people could like her, which I personally find ludicrous, of course. Lufawa says, dude, she has serious self-esteem issues. She sounds lovely, but chatting with a therapist could really be helpful. She's got her whole life to gain confidence and express herself. OP says, I agree. I'm gonna go talk to her about it. Hopefully she'll be more open now than she was in the past. I think the fact that she opened up so much to his friends and could trust them so fast like that means that she is on the path to opening up and being a much more secure person in her identity. And I hope that this is the building block in which she builds her own group, her own community, her own village that doesn't just rely on OP. I'm sure we can all relate to those feelings of isolation that she was going through there, but I really hope that she doesn't give up and doesn't crash even further than where she was previously. Thank you for the story. Thank you for the update, OP. That was wondrously positive. How dare you bring joy and good times to this cesspit. Get out of here, you two, and go have a wonderful life together. Our next post is by user Hard to Follow, and it's titled, I, 26 male, am taking a step back from my friend, 24 female, since they started dating someone. So, I talked to my close friend and suggested that we tone back on our hangouts and chats because they told me a couple of weeks ago that they have officially started dating someone. I'm genuinely happy for her. She told me they've been seeing each other for 6 months and called it official a month ago. Now, before this, we would talk and hang out pretty often, platonically. At least in my perspective, about a few times a week, and almost daily with late-night chats, upwards of 3 a.m. We've known each other for a few years, and met at a doctor's office when she noticed me playing a gacha game, and we talked and bonded from our mutual love of games and nerdy stuff. Now, of course, I think both guys and gals can be great friends, with, of course, boundaries and lines. However, in my mind, if I was seeing someone, I wouldn't really want them hanging out with and talking non-stop with a guy to this extent, especially if I don't know them. She told me about her relationship a couple of weeks ago and mentioned that her boyfriend has gotten a little nosy recently whenever we would text about stuff. I asked her if she told or showed him our chats and stuff, and she said no because she deserves a private life too. I completely understand that, but We really only talk about games, movies, comics, etc., and it wouldn't hurt just to show him. I suggested it, and she again said no, and that she doesn't really like our interests. That's completely fine, and I dropped it. Though, after informing her that from a guy's perspective, talking to a dude and then hiding the conversations and being secretive about it can seem damn sus. As for the boyfriend, I know next to nothing about him, and she always skirted around any details about him. Our mutual friends know about him apparently, though for some reason she always seems to be pretty secretive about it. Sort of feels like I'm just being left in the dark. I have other female friends in relationships, and this was never an issue. According to her, she just doesn't want us to know about each other, as it may start conflict since she talks to me more often than him. She also mentioned that she tells him that she's hanging out with the girls whenever we would meet up to hang out, which to me is kinda mean and a bit dishonest. So I talked with her further about her relationship, and she's pretty serious about him and loves him. After mulling over it for a few days, I suggested to her that we should probably take a couple of steps back and hang out and talk a bit less, because I want her to focus on herself and her relationship. I do genuinely care for her and want the best to come her way. I also don't really want to be the topic of drama to add to my list of stress. I explained this to her as kind and as understanding as I could, but she just sort of blew up at me and stormed off. Later on, she sent me a truckload of messages, some sad, some angry, some rude remarks on my looks, etc. Yesterday morning, I woke up to some messages from some mutual friends calling me names and berating me for pushing her away. I am so confused right now. Last night, she told me that she wants to talk today. Our mutual friends also seem to stop the harassment too. I think I'll meet her again today just to see what's going on. Is there anything that I should ask her specifically? I do want us to stay friends, of course, and just want to set some boundaries that we may not have initially established. In the comments, Blank Lizard says, definitely establish some boundaries. Let her know that you don't want any part in dishonesty with her boyfriend. I think it would probably help all parties if you did meet, could help put everyone at ease. I think it's a little bizarre that she's keeping you away from him, so I'd definitely ask her why that is. It's also not your job to moderate her relationship with her boyfriend and who she talks to and how often. If boyfriend has a problem with how much she talks to you, that's up to him to bring up. You sound like a supportive friend. I don't think you're overstepping by maintaining that friendship. That said, if she's being cagey over introducing the two of you for other reasons, that's something that you're going to want to find out. OP replies, yeah, this was all just super out of character for her. In my other comment, I mentioned that she had a boyfriend before, and we became good friends, and even gaming buddies. I just want to know if this is really something to blow up our whole friendship over. The blow up also sort of felt out of nowhere as well. Hopefully we can hash things out properly. I'm definitely one of the honesty first kind of people, and she knows this, and that's why it didn't really sit right with me about the lies and such. Boop Boopep says, she seems immature, and like she doesn't care about other people's feelings at all. Everything you listed out that she did is incredibly selfish. Lying to her boyfriend, and then harassing you because you want to put some boundaries up, and on top of that, she had the bombastic audacity to recruit mutual friends to harass you on her behalf. Honestly, you need to call her out on this horrid behavior before it becomes a norm in your friendship. I wouldn't sugarcoat anything. OP replies, yeah, this was a sort of a one-off incident. She's never behaved like this before. Some of the comments from our mutuals also are leaving me confused as well, as if I'm going to completely ghost her. Comments like, don't be stupid and throw away something this good. You just don't understand the sacrifices she's making for you. Her boyfriend is so much better than you, and you know it. That one's just plain weird. It just really threw me off. Boop Boopep replies again, she's acting weirdly possessive of you. I would never talk to a friend the way that she's talking to you. Please think, would you do or say these things to a friend? And if your answer is no, then why are you making excuses for this friend? Because she's never behaved like this before is just your way of trying to minimize the situation. The comments from mutual friends, such as her boyfriend is better than you, did not just come out of nowhere. She's talking negatively about you to others. There's just a lot of inappropriate behavior going on here that should not be excused or minimized. And OP replies, "Yeah, you're probably right. I don't really know what they talk about, as I don't appear in our friend group pretty often, so I'm not as tightly interwoven with them as her. I've just been thinking back on a lot of things, and started noticing the small stuff when I was more oblivious at the time. She always did this thing where she would tug on my shirt to get my attention, or lightly slap on my back when excited. She would laugh really hard at dumb jokes, and then go real quiet if it seemed like I ignored her, if spacing out. When hanging out in a group with said mutuals, she would always be glued to my side even when I wanted to talk to some others across the room, as well as interject when any of our female friends came up to talk to me about something, and change the subject to something else if she wasn't invested. Thinking on it, it's a tad creepy in a way. Her possessiveness, as you call it, has sort of ramped up since she announced to me that she was in a relationship. One moment that stands out to me now was recently at a party. I jokingly asked her to wingman me tonight, and she vehemently denied in all seriousness, stating, "None of these girls are good for you, trust me." I just shrugged it off. Is she keeping me as a backup or something? I really don't see platonic friendships working like this. There's a lot of ways that you could characterize her behavior and deduce what the hell is going on with her, but really, I feel like she's either keeping him as a backup and seriously overstepping the boundaries of their friendship in her relationship, or she's lost her goddamn mind. She's had a snap psychosis, she's gone crazy, and either way, I think you should step back from this friendship with her entirely, OP. And that's not easy because that means stepping back from the friend group that you have. So maybe you should force her out of the friend group, point out how insane that she's being to everyone else, and get them on your side. But given that she's already poisoned the water against you, I don't see that working out either. You want to avoid drama, there's no way for you to avoid it in this case. Run from it, hide from it, dread it. Drama arrives all the same. I'm sorry that you got a stage 5 clinger by your side. I mourn the loss of the sanity that you once enjoyed before she started ramping up her behavior. And I don't feel bad for the boyfriend that she's with, because he signed up to this, and when shit hits the fan and he finds out what she's really like, that's going to be fun for him. And now, on to the update. So first off, thanks to anyone that offered advice and perspectives to my situation. You guys helped me set my head back on my shoulders and hit the nail on the head. I thought I'd let you all know what happened, so here's the update. We met a couple of days ago and talked at our usual cafe. As soon as I walked in, she seemed really awkward and fidgety. Not a second after I sat down, she blurted out an apology for snapping and storming off, as well as all the other things that were said from her and by our mutual friends. I was about to apologize as well, however, she told me that I didn't need to apologize for anything, and she had to really tell me something and asked me to just keep an open mind. Confused, I nodded. She told me that she wasn't exactly honest to me for a while, and that she had been lying to me. It turns out, she never had a boyfriend. It turns out that she had liked me for a long time now, but because of how long we've been friends, she didn't know how to bring it up. Our mutual friends decided to help her out and cook up a story about her having a boyfriend to test the waters and see if I would be jealous and awaken my feelings and fight for her. This is becoming a TV drama. No wonder I knew next to nothing about the boyfriend. She was trying to spin the story that she was keeping our friendship a secret as to, in her words, keep the door open for me. She started hinting that her boyfriend started getting nosy and a little jealous of how much we talk, as to start stirring the pot with me. However, that had literally the opposite effect. As soon as I started trying to help her fix her boyfriend issue, she thought it was a good sign and we can start broaching the topic of relationships. I know this sounds convoluted as all hell, and I'm just as confused as y'all are. Though from my perspective, she flatly refused any of my suggestions to assuage her imaginary boyfriend's jealousy. So I just suggested to her that we should just tone us down a bit. This apparently frustrated her, and that led to her blow-up. She vented to her friends, and they harassed me a bit, telling me that I'm throwing away a good thing and all of that. That's when some comments from our mutual friends started making even more sense. At that point, I just had a blank expression, just trying to dismantle the most complicated pickup attempt of my life. So I just asked her what in her right mind would make this entire setup even remotely work in the real world. Crickets. She just apologized again for all this drama and was bold enough to ask if we can be an item, or at the very least go back to how things were. At this point, I just felt a rolling headache and was still processing everything. I still am, really. I just told her that I need some space for now to just consider this fiasco. Here I am now. I'm probably not gonna date her. I thought she'd known me for long enough that she could have just asked me face to face and I would have given it serious consideration, but now, I don't think so. That's gonna be my only update on this. I'm still going through with it and taking a step back from all of this, including the mutuals. Thanks for reading, guys. In the comments, Aggravating Style says, I personally wouldn't date anyone who went to these lengths to manipulate me. In fact, I would take a giant step back from the friendship. Wow, can you imagine dating her and how much effort and deception and lies she could potentially put in an affair? Or just trying to communicate as a couple? Holy shit. About halfway through, I was like, there is no boyfriend here. Lo and behold. The moment I read about how hard she was trying to get them to not meet, I thought to myself, no way there's a boyfriend. And those dumbass messages from their friends was such a dead giveaway. Also, it was pretty obvious by how he described her behavior at parties that she was in love with him. Overly laughing at dumb jokes, wanting his attention, and trying to keep it at any cost, etc. Her stunt is the stuff of high school, though. I cringed so hard when she confessed. Girl, why was talking not an option? She sabotaged herself so hard. Because she wants OP to make the first move, just like her plan that she plucked from a young adult romance novel turned TV series, the guy must always ask the girl out or make some convoluted crap to make the guy notice her. And yeah, after all of that, I don't know how she expects him to say yes to going out with her. How delusional can you be to be like, yeah, I sicked the hounds on you, I lied to your face, I started drama in your life when you don't like drama, made it a you problem, and just did so much bullshit. I swear, if we date, everything's gonna be better. You know, that was all just a test, and you passed with flying colors because you tried to help me out of the mess that I created. And I trust you to parent our future children and fix whatever messes I create going into the future. What do you say, baby? You and me against the world? Oh my god, like, I cannot imagine something worse. I will take a gaycation to Ibiza any day of the week. But yeah, thanks for the story, and thanks for the update, OP. That was quite something. I'm glad your sense of self is so strong that you will duck and avoid this bullshit at all costs. Good on ya. My friend wants me to step aside so that he can try and date my not girlfriend. So a little over 3 years ago, I had just gotten out of a relationship with a girl who was really abusive. I broke up with her shortly before I graduated high school and wanted to take some time to focus on myself. Of course, a few weeks after the breakup, I meet the most gorgeous girl that I've ever met, and we really hit it off. I'll refer to her as Elle. She had also gotten out of an abusive relationship, so neither of us were looking for anything serious. At the time, my driver's license was suspended. Too much speeding, bad time in my life, I learned my lesson, and my friend, I'll call him K, would offer to drive me to see her. For a few months, we would mostly just all hang out together because we all got along really well, and she and I would mostly just cuddle up if we were all watching a movie. Sometimes we'd sneak off for a few minutes to make out a little, but not long because we didn't want to be rude to K. Elle and K developed their own friendship during this time, but it was obviously platonic on both ends, like an older brother, younger sister dynamic. K also had a girlfriend of 4 years then, but they were hanging on by a thread. After 6 months, I got my license back, and I'd go see Elle and take her out without K. At that point, Elle and I started having sex. We both really liked each other, but I panicked and sort of ghosted her for a few weeks. L and K continued talking, and he said he wasn't going to stop being friends with her because I was being an idiot. Fair enough. I realized I was being stupid, and L agreed to see me again. We immediately picked right back up where we left off. Around this time, K and his girlfriend broke up, so I moved in with him. I would go see L a few times a week, and she would come to our place on the weekends, and we would all hang out. That continued for several more months until she ghosted me for about 2 weeks. She told Kay that she was afraid I would bail again, and she didn't want to go through that pain again. We worked it out, but embarrassingly, this cycle has since repeated once or twice. Not in over a year though. Over the last year especially, mostly since she turned 18, I've noticed Kay has acted differently around L. He'll flirt with her in front of me. She's very friendly with him but does not flirt back and pulls away when he touches her. I told him I don't like it, but he said that it doesn't matter if he flirts with her, she loves me. She says she doesn't feel that way about Kay at all, and everything indicates that that's the truth. Kay has also started drinking more lately, and the other night, L was not here, he started whining about life not being fair. I took the bait and asked what was wrong, and he started rambling about how L is too good for me and I don't deserve her. I agree, but it still pissed me off. And he then told me that he's in love with her, has been for a while, and if I cared for either of them at all, I'd step aside so he could pursue her. I didn't want to argue with him while he was drunk, so I went to bed. I confronted him in the morning, and he doubled down. He said that I can't commit, I can't give her what she wants and needs, she isn't my girlfriend, she is fair game to try to date. Am I wrong for thinking this is messed up? Elle and I do have an unconventional relationship, I'll admit. We don't refer to each other as boyfriend and girlfriend, but we don't sleep with other people. We tell each other we love each other, she usually stays at my place, and we have a good relationship with each other's families. I think we're pretty happy together. I know she doesn't want to be with him, so I'm not worried about that, but since Kay said those things, I can't help but question if I'm being unfair to Elle by holding her back with me. Edit. Info. I did tell Elle everything Kay said about her and our relationship immediately. She is not interested in him, and he's been making her uncomfortable. Also, because it's been asked a few times, Elle and I have always been on the same page as far as labeling our relationship. And I'm aware that she's her own person and can be with whomever, whenever. Kay is the only one treating this as some competition. In the comments, lol, this woman can make her own decisions. He's treating her like an object. You couldn't give her to him even if you wanted to. You should tell her what happened and distance yourself from him. OP says, I agree. She's her own person and can make her own decisions regardless of our title. I did tell her what he said, and she's very uncomfortable with it. She's always thought of him as more of a brother. Then that's all you have to do. You should distance yourself from your friend, but if he brings it up again, tell him to go for it and you'll abide by her decision if she breaks it off with you, and then watch her shoot him down herself. That guy with the bacon says, fuck Kay. That man is not being your friend right now, or hers. Either tell him you won't step aside at all, or just ignore him when he brings it up again. And also, you're still living with him, right? This kind of behavior plus frequent drinking, honestly, I'd be wary around him when he's drunk. OP says, I agree. Still living with him, but looking for a new situation now. Well, Kay probably won't make any progress with her, but do you two just not sleep with other people? Or have you had a conversation about being exclusive? Because Kay isn't the one you should be worried about if you're not exclusive. She's at an age where she's surrounded by interesting people she finds attractive. If she wants explicit exclusion and you won't give it to her, she will find it somewhere else sooner or later. If she's happy, then continue on like you are, but know you might lose her one day because of your loose understanding. And if she's not happy, then maybe talk to her and find out what would make her happy, and then figure out if that will also make you happy, and if you two can't line up, then I'd suggest you break up. OP says, When we started sleeping together, we did have a conversation and agreed we didn't want to have to sleep with or date other people, but we also didn't want to put a label on our relationship. We do discuss it occasionally and have always been on the same page, but we've gotten a lot more serious in the last year. The more I type it out, the dumber it seems to not make things more official though. Kay is obviously free to try his luck, but she's said she's not interested. If anything, he'll just mess up his friendship with her. Glowellen says, "You need to be dead straight with him. She is not interested. Feel free to confirm that with yourself. You are disrespecting both of us, and you will lose both of our friendships if you don't stop being an ass." OP says, "This morning I did talk to him again and told him what she had said to me, with her permission, which was essentially that his advances had been making her uncomfortable, and if he wants to maintain any friendship with us, then he's got to roll things back to how they used to be. He said he won't believe it until he hears her say it herself without me around. I'm conflicted on that because I don't want to come across as controlling, but also worry about his reaction when she rejects him." Oh yeah, man, this is going to go so well for Kay. It always goes really well when you basically try to butt in on what is essentially a relationship. And I know we talked about it in that episode before where the mutual exclusive relationship thing wasn't really talked about, and this is yet another example of modern dating where the lines are a little bit blurry. So I think that comment talking about that had some very good and insightful information that OP should listen to. To me, the way he talks about the both of them and their history with each other, yes, it's been rocky, but to me it sounds like they're an item. And if it hasn't been said, I think he really does need to put it in writing. Say like, we are exclusive. I am exclusive to you. I would like it if you were exclusive to me. I know we ghost each other every now and then, but I love you, baby. Never change. Just know if I'm having a hot girl moment, I'm still loyal to you. That's some good advice, and I hope he does have that conversation with her, because it really sounds like he likes her personally. And personally, I don't think Kay is long for this world. I think he's gonna yeet himself out of the atmosphere being his friendship with L and OP. Boys thinking with the wrong head, that's for sure. And now, onto the update. I wanted to thank everyone that took the time to respond to my post and update anyone who might be interested in the outcome. I've been staying with L for about a week now, since the initial confrontation with Kay, and thanks to people here, I was sure I wanted to ask her if she wanted to make things more official. She ended up making things even easier for me, as luck would have it. Elle asked me if it might make things easier if I just told Kay that she was my girlfriend. I jumped on that opportunity and asked if I could tell everyone she's my girlfriend, and she said yes. She and I are going to look at a few apartments this week, since obviously I need a new living situation, and we want to move in together. Kay and I had a few brief discussions after he told me he wanted to be with Elle. I had told her everything Kay had said to me, and she was not the least bit interested in him, which I had assumed. I also told him that she's officially my girlfriend now, so that should satisfy his concerns about me not committing to her. He refused to believe any of it without confirmation from her, in person, without me around. Oh, that's so sad. I can win you over, baby. Don't have your boyfriend here. You don't need him around. I can fix you. She initially agreed to meet with him on Sunday, with the plan that they would meet at her house, since she lives with her mum and stepdad, but he rejected that, saying he wanted to meet her at the apartment without me there. She told him she wasn't comfortable with that, and if he wanted to meet up without me or her parents there, they at least had to be somewhere public. He got pissed that his threatening behavior made her feel threatened and went on a tirade, calling her every name in the book. She told him she wasn't going to see him again at all and blocked his number. He's tried reaching out to me a few times, ranging from sad to aggressive, and I'm about a text or two away from blocking him as well. Hopefully he'll just move on and it won't come to that. Again, thank you to the posters who helped me navigate this situation. Edit to clarify, we both wished him well, but neither of us wanted to continue a friendship with him under any circumstances. Since posting this, I have also blocked him. I agree with posters that there is no point in keeping any lines of communication open anymore. I've also reached out to some friends to help get the rest of my stuff out, but I was already able to get everything important when I first left. He can make a shrine out of my old shirts if he really wants. Small update from OP in the comments. Okay, so my stuff is out, thanks to 2 of my friends, who are also friends of Kay. Friend A tried ahead of time to convince Kay to leave so we could get everything out without him, but it wasn't happening. Kay said he wanted to make sure that I didn't mess with his stuff, which is ironic since he tried messing with my relationship. Friend A then offered to act as a buffer so friend B and I could get my stuff out. When we first got to the apartment, Kay was obviously drunk, but calm, and seemed almost apologetic. I had already decided that I wasn't going to engage with him at all because I don't see the point anymore. He didn't like being ignored apparently and started going off, gradually saying worse and worse shit. He started saying shit about Elle, but I was able to ignore him and let it roll off my back until he told me I might need to fuck her up and get her in line. Oh, no, you did not say that, you psycho! He knows her ex before me was abusive. I'm very thankful my friends were able to get me out of there quickly because I've never been so angry like that in my life. In the comments, TravelBug898 says, "Dude, this guy's a creep and it sounds like he wanted to do something bad to Elle when they were alone, to be honest. Just cut him out of your life." OP says, "I agree. I understood him not wanting me in the room or getting his heart broken in the middle of a Starbucks or something, but him rejecting her parents' house when they've always been friendly with him was a big red flag for us. I think you need to drop this friend at this point. He obviously isn't as good of a guy that you thought he was. Choose your girlfriend, not the guy that seems to want to sexually assault her." OP says, "I don't even think I'm going back to the apartment to get the rest of my stuff. I hope he's able to get his life together, but I can't help him at this point. If he does try to contact her again, then she's going to try to get a restraining order. I've also told mutual friends what is happening and that he can't know where our new apartment will be under any circumstances." A deleted user says, "Gained girlfriend, new exciting living together stage of life planned, identified deadweight weirdo for removal from life. I mean, it's been stressful, but the outcomes are all actually long-term positives. If it hadn't been this, Kay's nasty side would have shown up some other way." And OP replies, "I think the week of turmoil will be worth it in the long run. I agree about Kay too. I really don't think he was always like this, but his drinking's gotten out of control, and he's always sucked when he's drunk. He's just usually drunk now." KP Official says, "Okay, Kay is a fucking asshole, excuse my language, but there's no other way to describe it. I wouldn't physically fight Kay, but I'd let him know straight up what he said to Elle is uncalled for. As for your relationship, congratulations for taking it to the next level. It seems like Elle has genuinely been wanting this for a while, and you had the courage to make it official. As for Kay, after you had told him your piece, neither of you should ever get in contact with that douchebag again. He's not even a friend. Look at his behavior towards you and Elle. He has no respect. That's not a friend or a person that you should be around. Be happy with this lovely lady that you're with and build great memories. I wish you two the best." OP says, "Thanks. It's taken a lot of restraint to not fight him, honestly. I think that might be a part of his game, though. I do think you're right. She's probably been waiting for this for a while, but didn't want to rock the boat. I feel bad that I didn't catch on sooner, but I'm glad that it's working out now. And we will be avoiding all contact with Kay in the future." As you should, OP. Jesus Christ, that threat came out of left field, did it not? I was definitely getting vibes that he was going to threaten her and do something crazy if she was in that room alone with him. And then look at him getting drunk, letting the cat out of the bag when you're all there, being like, "I will beat the shit out of her if I ever see her again. I'm saying it because she's in an abusive relationship. I want to put that trauma double on her because she had the gall to not be in a relationship with me, to deny me. How dare she?" Just absolutely foul behavior, and the alcoholism will give you an idea of where his mental state is at right now. I wouldn't be surprised if he continued to show up and stalk and harass you too. It's just what these people tend to do. They love to send death threats when they're deep into 20 or 30 cans of beer. Who knows? That's a lot. Maybe 10 to 15. But people really get competitive with their alcoholism and go off the deep end. Sorry that you guys had to go through that, but you two will come out stronger and with great stories as a result of this shared trauma. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update. Our next post is by a throwaway account, and it's titled, "Am I the asshole here for having no sympathy for my 37 female, husband 33 male, after he begged me for years to sleep with another man, and now he's upset by it? So I've been with my husband for 12 years, and pretty much from the start, he told me he has a fantasy to watch me sleep with another man. He isn't the first man to ask me to do this. You'd be surprised how many men ask women to do this. The thing is, though, my husband can be a little bit insecure, to the point where I told him a year after we got together that I was thinking of leaving him because I can't deal with his constant questions of who someone is and how I know them every time they comment or like something on my socials. Or every time I mentioned someone at my work, he'd start making passive-aggressive comments. He got better and said he realized how much of a contradiction he was being. Mostly his insecurities have calmed down with the odd flare-up. About 3 years ago, he really ramped up the asking me to sleep with another man. He'd mention it at least once a week and tell me which one of his friends found me hot and stuff like that, and he'd talk dirty while we had sex about me and other men. About a year ago, I caved a little and said as a test, I'd start posting revealing pictures on socials and see how he handled it. So I started posting gym selfies and outfit pics of me wearing very revealing clothing. Then we went to Ibiza on a gaycation, and I sunbathed topless and even posted a picture on my socials where it was obvious I was topless and captioned it, "Men don't like tan lines, do they?" He passed all these tests and never once reacted negatively. While in Ibiza, we went clubbing and he watched me dance with other men and seemed like he really enjoyed it. Around 6 months ago, I said okay, but I made him sign a piece of paper. Obviously not legally binding, but just trying to get it into his head that this can't be classed as cheating as it is a sex game to fulfill his fantasy. He said that all types of sex are okay and nothing is off limits, and he will choose the man so that I can't be accused of any sort of cheating. He said he was fine with this. He's a big man. He's 6'4", and he goes to gym nearly every day. He chose a skinny little guy, 5'5", and not a bit of muscle on him. Anyway, tale as old as time. He wanted it, got it, and now isn't happy and is upset. He said I enjoyed myself too much. It was obvious I preferred sex with the other guy. I was louder, and I gave him head longer, etc., etc. There's been numerous complaints. I've just shut him down every time and said I told him this is how it was going to go, and he didn't listen to me, and I showed him numerous posts on Reddit of this exact thing happening. Men begging, their wives giving in, the men can't handle it, and they blame the wife. I said that's not me. I'm not taking any blame. I did exactly what I was told to do. Sleep with another man and put on a show and act like a porn star. I did that. I held up my end, and he isn't holding up his end of either enjoying it or accepting that he asked for this. He's saying I'm being an asshole by showing no understanding, or in his words, taking accountability for my actions. He said if I knew this was going to happen, then I shouldn't have done it, and I should have just kept saying no. It's like an adult who purposely put his hand in a lion's cage and then is crying that it's been bitten off. Am I the asshole here? Should I be more understanding? In the comments, Secret Broccoli says, "Not the asshole, and this would be a huge red flag for me about the relationship in general. He broke your trust." And OP says, "I'll be honest, it is really bothering me. Quote, you should have kept saying no." So my options were tolerate your harassment telling me to sleep with another man, or your harassment because I did what you wanted and slept with another man. How the hell do I not lose in this situation? Fuck that, fuck no, fuck him. His fantasy stems from his insecurities. You did nothing wrong, but your husband can't handle what he asked you to do. I'm all for consensual kink, but there should be zero pressure from either side. If I were you, I'd be pissed that he pressured me and then got mad when he got what he wanted. I'm sorry, but that's some bullshit. OP replies, I agree, which is why I say it's all his making. Seeing someone not take responsibility for their actions is very off-putting. Oh, absolutely. You're not the asshole for not having any sympathy for him because he set you up to fail intentionally. The next step is he's going to start going to everyone and saying that you cheated, that you set him up, that you're a disgusting woman and all you do is sleep around and put disgusting pictures up of your body online trying to get the attention of other men to make him jealous. That is going to be bar for bar what he does. And he's going to say that you forced him and coerced him into sleeping with another man and humiliating him. I hope you recorded some of these interactions. You've got text proof of his intent as well as that contract. And if he's going to do that, you might as well respond to it by airing all of his dirty laundry and being like, actually, here's the real story. Here's the tea, sis. Get it while it's piping hot. He's the one with the big old kink here. And he gets off on this, in fact. He gets off on having a little bit of a little cuck chair moment. You know that chair that's in hotel rooms in the corner staring at the bed? They made those for him. He loves those chairs. He enjoys those chairs every time we go on a gaycation in Ibiza. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, not the asshole. I think this was doomed from the start. I'm so sorry you had to go through that, but this is so spicy. I love this. And now, on to the update. A lot of the comments on my original post opened my eyes to the fact that he was setting me up to be the bad guy and not enjoy myself to make himself look and feel better. Unfortunately, his plan backfired as I enjoyed myself very much. I was leaning very heavily towards leaving him, but last night he asked me if he could pick up someone else for me to fuck and we can try doing it again. Oh, you absolute heathen, to hell with you. I lost it, and I told him to get out of my house and to never come back. I've never been so angry with someone. He's messing with my head, and that was the final straw. He's at his parents' at the minute. I look forward to him telling everyone I cheated. Eye roll emoji. In the comments, Clearheaded01 says, not the asshole. He's not owning up to his own kink and is pissed because OP didn't play her part. Instead of being reluctant and hesitant, thus proving that she's submitting to her husband, she dared to enjoy herself, proving that hubby is not that special. Babe, let's try again. I'll find you someone new you can fuck. Nah. Considering your reaction last time, this time I find some guy you can fuck. That'd be crazy. And I know it annoys some of you, but gaycation in Ibiza, she can find someone for him to fuck. It's perfect. OP, if you read this, you did the right thing. Don't be a prop in his fantasy and seek a lawyer now to prepare for the final split. It isn't cheating if your husband begs you to do it while he watches. Not the arsehole. Dump this loser. He needs intensive therapy, and you are not his therapist. The man is desperate to see you having miserable sex with someone else so he can tell himself that he's the only one who can satisfy you. He has no interest in your sexual fulfillment or needs. He only wants to feed his insecurities. Yes, exactly. This wasn't about connection, it was about control masked as openness. You chose self-respect over performance, and that shift in energy is powerful. Not the asshole, and you're allowed to protect your peace. I agree. I'm giving you permission to protect your peace and dump his ass, OP. Throw him out the window, put him in a basket of flaming assholes. He deserves it. He has asked for it. There is no mercy to be had here. You gave him all the warning that he needed and more. You showed him plenty of examples of how this can, does, and will go wrong, but he's like, no, I'm literally the exception to the rule. Screw that guy. He got what he asked for. He has some goal on him to be like, I know I just made a big fuss, but can we try again? Maybe this time, the second time round, I won't react as strongly. Oh my god, is there any blood left in his brain? Did it all go to the second head? Please, man, I'm begging for some normal representation for men out here. Just a crumb of common sense. I'm begging you, man. Anyway, thanks for the tea. Thanks for the stories, OP. That was lovely. That was a good update. I appreciate it. Please come back with more someday. Am I the arsehole here for still getting on a flight home when my 2 young co-workers I was traveling with weren't at the airport yet and were obviously going to miss it? This past week, I was presented with an industry award in Nashville that an agency partner nominated me for. I'm a director at my company. My company decided to send 2 junior-level employees to the event as well because they thought that it'd be a good experience for them. A specialist who has been with us for a little over a year, 25 female, first job out of college, and a summer intern, 21 female, rising senior. They are not on my team, and they report up through separate VP, and I have very limited/no interaction with them in daily work life. They were very excited to be going. This was going to be the specialist's first time on a plane. Lots of Teams chats asking what to wear, etc. We were flying in Thursday morning and leaving Friday evening, so it was a very short trip. But I tried to help share info about the events, like the types of attendees, awards reception/presentation Thursday night with a country western theme, and that I was speaking on a panel Friday morning. There's so much I could say, but I'll try to highlight key points. Specialist barely made Thursday AM flight because she doesn't have a real ID and had to do extra screening. She had no idea what a real ID was or the basic rules of flying, liquid restrictions, etc. She was very upset they made her throw away some of her skincare that was over 3 ounces. As I said, Thursday night event theme was country western, and while a majority of people there were business casual, intern shows up in a bandana tube top, microskirt, cowboy boots, and a cowboy hat. I pulled her aside and asked if she wanted to run upstairs and change, since it was still a business event, but she said she was fine and thought she looked cute and on theme. After the ceremony, I invite them to join me with some colleagues that I knew from other companies in the hotel bar, but they tell me they want to check out Broadway. I make a face and say this would be a good networking opportunity, and they make, "Come on, Mom," jokes. And so I tell them to be safe and remind them the time and location of the first session the next day. I text them at around 11 p.m. that I hope they got back safe, but got no response, so I went to bed. I text them the next morning offering to meet them for coffee before the morning sessions, no response. No idea if they actually attended any sessions or saw my panel, but I did find them in the hotel lobby afterward, looking incredibly hungover. We have about 2 hours after the event is over and before we need to go to the airport. I invite them to late lunch with our agency partners. They decline because they want to go to the Country Music Hall of Fame. Again, I make a face and say I don't know if they'll have time, and I think it'd be a good opportunity for them to spend time with our agency. They act like I'm the wet blanket, so I tell them I'm leaving for the airport from the hotel at 4 p.m. sharp and meet me in the lobby so that we can share a lift. I text them at 3:45 p.m. that lift is arriving in 15 minutes, no response. I text them that the lift has arrived and I'm leaving for the airport, no response. I text them when I get to the airport and tell them security line is long. Neither had pre-check, no response. I text them when I get to the gate to please give me some sign of life. Intern sends very short response about 10 minutes later, in lift, there's traffic. Nothing else. I text them that the flight is starting to board, no response. I text them when I'm in my seat that boarding is about to end, no response. Doors close, they don't make it, put my phone in airplane mode, land a couple of hours later to a barrage of texts from them saying they're stranded in Nashville, they don't know what to do, how to rebook, who to call for help, etc. I also have an angry voicemail from the specialist's mum that I abandoned her daughter in Nashville. She's never flown and has anxiety, she's having a panic attack at the airport, and she needs medical attention. She could be human trafficked. I call specialist and intern back, both phones ring but neither pick up. I text to see if they were able to rebook, and I get no response. I forward them the emails with our business travel info with after-hours contact, and I text them that I sent the email, no response. Texted an hour or so later to see if they were okay, no response. Did not call the mum back. Also have the text from their director. I don't know her well. Just started with the company a few weeks ago, asking what's going on. I sent her a brief overview and screenshots of all of my unanswered texts to them from earlier in the day, along with the transcript of the VM that I got from the mum. She acknowledges my response, but no further dialogue. Now, I get an invite for a Monday morning meeting from the director with their VP and our C-suite leader. My VP is on paid time off. I feel like these are adults, I was communicative, and I'm ultimately not responsible for their decisions. But you tell me, am I the asshole here? In the comments, Miss Hibernia says, I think that OP went incredibly above and beyond here, considering that it was a work event she was receiving an award at. So to have these junior idiots causing any type of fuss was really an unnecessary hassle for her when it should have been a personal celebration. OP replies, okay, thank you so much for saying this, because I took it out of my main post since it was so long already, but I made a short acceptance speech after getting the award. I worked really hard on it, and I practiced it a lot. It was only like 90 seconds, but I asked specialist and intern to film it for me because I wanted to share it with my team members who helped me with it. I left my phone with them and everything, but they forgot, and that kind of upset me. It's obviously not the end of the world, but like, come on. Harry Tatsat says, so they even failed at the only job you gave them with explicit instructions, film my speech. Official speech at official event. Definitely worth including in your bullet points. Lichigo says, you were there as their co-worker, not as their mother. Firstly, no one should be expecting you to take care of them in that way. They are adults, and even when you did offer them direction and support, they didn't even have the decency to get back to you. And a call from their mum? Good Christ. I would come prepared with documentation and also let your supervisor know. Even if they're on PTO, that is what was happening. The call from the mum is what really gets me. As an adult, I fully understand calling your mum for help when you're panicked, like this girl's stuck at the airport with no flying experience. I would 100% call my mum if I were panicking in that situation, but my mum, however, would help me get my shit together and calm down and solve the problem myself, not call another person on the business trip and yell at them for leaving me stranded. That far crosses the line. Yeah, I don't think OP's the arsehole here. They really did go above and beyond to be extra communicative with these two idiots who decided to do the wrong thing every single time. This is just a case of they need to learn from their mistakes and take accountability for their stupid actions, in that they treated a business trip like a personal vacation. And no, you don't do that. And then you don't blame someone else for your failings. And you don't sick your parents on them, you stupid freak. I'm of the assumption that once OP comes to that Monday morning meeting with all of the receipts showing that they went to great length to make sure that what happened didn't happen, they will be understood, they will be forgiven, and those two assholes will be dealt with. And now, onto the update. Insert it's me, Wicked Meme here. This whole fiasco has really challenged my Reddit skills. Here's my update after my meeting this morning. Meeting over, CMO didn't join. It was other VP and director, plus the internship coordinator who is in HR. VP asked all the questions. It was over Teams, on camera, recorded, almost comically formal, like I was being deposed or something. During the meeting, I was asked to recap what happened, starting from when we arrived. I was prepared, had all my key points, kept it factual on my actions, no speculation on their actions. I shared my phone screen live, went through the text messages with timestamps and the voicemail from Specialist's mom. I was asked if I had requested or encouraged Specialist to put any expenses on her P card. This question took me by surprise. I said I didn't even ask or consider that she had a P card, and besides the lift from the airport to hotel, which I had scheduled and paid for, I was never outside the hotel/official conference activities with either Specialist or intern that would have required any sort of payment. I did say that I would consider it to be her line manager's responsibility to make sure she understood our travel and expense policies prior to traveling. I was asked if at any point I had reached out to anyone at the office about anything that was transpiring, to which I said no, I certainly intended to when I returned, but we're talking about everything that happened within a 32-ish hour window, all while I was trying to focus on what I was sent there to do: participate as a panel member at the conference, attend other presentations, take advantage of face-to-face time with our agency, and accepting my award. I said I felt it was reasonable to believe any other attendees would have expectations for participation and outcomes set by their leadership team, especially when coming from another department, where I wouldn't be knowledgeable about their goals and objectives. Similarly, if there were different expectations of me based on other co-attendees, I would expect that to be clearly communicated in advance. I was not asked if I thought intern and/or specialist should receive any sort of reprimand, and I didn't feel comfortable trying to interject something like that based on the flow of the conversation. I'm under the impression that they're meeting with the specialist and intern separately, but my meeting was first. After the meeting, I debriefed with a trusted colleague who shared the following from Friday water cooler chats. I definitely offended intern by pulling her aside about her outfit. She posted it to Snapchat with a caption about it, and some other interns and employees saw it. I'm dying to know what exactly it said, but coworkers said everyone who did see it agreed that it was inappropriate for a work event. Allegedly, Specialist's mom had once called previous director, who left, director in meeting today replaced him, about Specialist's working hours. It is known that several months ago, Specialist was pulled off a high-profile project team. Apparently, when she was asked to put in some evening and weekend hours to meet a deadline, Mum called director and complained. I don't know if I believe this to be true, but Mum stepping in could be a pattern. What I'm hoping helps validate my testimony is separately on Friday, one of my agency partners I was with emailed my CMO about a conversation we had after the ceremony on Thursday evening with some ideas he had. Typical agency salesy stuff, but he also unknowingly corroborated my alibi on Thursday night. So that's where we're at. Last night, I had convinced myself this would all result in me receiving a big apology or acknowledgement of wrongdoing, and that I shouldn't have had to deal with this, etc. But I didn't, which makes me feel this is still a bit unresolved. I did send all of my notes to my VP on Sunday, but his PTO is medical related, and I know he's not able to really check in. So, just keeping my head down until I hear anything else. In the comments, Chris F. says, "Sounds like they paid for random stuff using their company card and tried to blame you for it. I'd be shocked if they keep their jobs. Thank you for this update. You won't get an apology. That's not how this works. One of the leadership may tactically acknowledge that their behavior was wrong, but your involvement in this saga is over. My prediction, this is a career-limiting event for both of them. Intern will not be receiving an offer, and Specialist will be terminated for using her P card for unapproved items. The termination will actually be for her helicopter mother, but on paper, it'll be for expense policy violations. Nah, both will be fired for unprofessionalism during their trip, with the additional violation for the Specialist charging improper stuff as well. The Specialist is really screwed, because she will lose out on income and benefits. The intern is probably still in college, so she can go through entry-level recruitment, but it's still going to be a pain, and it's a small world. So news of the intern's behavior will spread. The punishments they are getting match with how much both of them fucked up. Honestly, a bit of a low-stakes drama all around, but hey, this is relevant to the relationship advice drama that we cover here. It's good to see a different world of drama open up to us outside of the wedding bullshit that happens all the time. I understand why people don't post about this stuff more often because, yeah, in companies like this, it is a small world, and people that are involved can probably pick up on who it is that is posting company drama online, and there probably would be consequences for that. I get that. Work-related stakes are sometimes much higher than life-related stakes, because it's not like you can be fired from the relationship you have with your awful mum and dad, or awful in-laws. And more often than not, you want to be fired from that role with bad in-laws. So I can see why people are way more willing to post in-law stories than professional work-related stories. Quite an interesting one. Thank you for the story, and thank you for the update, OP. I don't think it would have any future implications on you, but I hope having this post up and those two's actions don't come back to hurt you, because I still don't think you did anything wrong here. Our next post is by user Iliana117, and it's titled, "Bride and Groom Trying to Cancel My Paid Resort Booking Out of Spite. Can they actually do that? Hi everyone. I'm part of a destination wedding group booking through a travel agent. I paid for my full share of the resort reservation under my name, including flight and hotel, and was originally part of the bridal party. Due to personal conflicts and repeated emotional disrespect from the bride and groom, I chose to respectfully withdraw as a bridesmaid, no drama, no hostility. I made it clear that I was still attending the trip as a guest, separate from the wedding events. The bride removed me as a bridesmaid after already losing 6 others. I was the second last one. She then cut off all communication and told me that I need to speak to her fiancé instead. He proceeded to threaten that unless I speak to her and resolve things on her terms, I would not be allowed to attend at all. I accepted the situation with grace, and I wished them well, but now they've retaliated by saying that since I'm not attending the wedding, they've cancelled my entire reservation, even though I paid in full. The room is in my name, and I'm sharing it with another bridesmaid. The booking is under their group contract with the resort, but I have the invoice and confirmation under my name. They even told me, do not attempt to show up, which feels like intimidation more than anything else. The resort says they can see the group, but not the individual bookings, and that it's all managed through the travel agent. I've emailed the agent, as it's the weekend, and I'm hoping she can confirm my spot. The trip is less than 2 weeks away, and I'm just trying to enjoy the vacation that I paid for, separate from the wedding drama. My family and friends are livid, and yes, I will take legal action if this isn't resolved. But for now, I just want clarity. Has anyone gone through something like this before? Any advice on how to protect myself or what steps to take next? Thank you. I'm not looking for more conflict, just peace." In the comments, "So where do they think the bridesmaid that you were sharing the room with will stay?" OP says, "They're expecting me not to go on the trip at all. They said, we have therefore removed your name from the booking effective immediately. There will be no reservation under your name at the resort, so we advise you not attempt to arrive under this booking. Your payment will not be refunded due to the non-refundable policy, and this matter is now closed. I've spoken to my paralegal bestie. A third party, despite being the bride or groom, cannot cancel a reservation made under my name that's been paid in full without serious legal implications. The lack of confirmation is what's making me nervous." Someone else asks, "What does the other bridesmaid say about all of this? Does she still expect you to foot half the cost of the room that she now gets to herself? Or was she booted out as well, and where did her deposit go?" OP says, "The only bridesmaid left is an acquaintance of hers from Europe who is not in this country and doesn't speak English very well. I haven't met her. We've spoken briefly though. She seems sweet. I helped her with the bookings and her transfers from the airport to the hotel. Our room is a split shared booking, but the room reservation is under my name. I'm staying for 7 days while she's staying for only 3, so the agent recommended doing a split booking under my name since I'm staying longer. She likely has no idea what's going on." Someone else says, Honestly, this is weird on everyone's part. Totally understand that you want to just have a vacation, but you're sharing a room with a bridal party member based on how the booking is structured. I'm not sure why you would think you're going to be able to have a vacation that will avoid them entirely. Your presence is just going to cause a massive amount of drama, and this vacation is going to be stressful. Like, why do this to yourself? If you can't get the money back, then you can attempt to get the money back from them through legal means. OP says, that's a great point. I'm actually sharing the room with the last standing bridesmaid. She's a kind woman from Europe who doesn't speak much English and has limited involvement in the wedding events. It's also a large resort, so there's plenty of space to coexist without conflict. I paid for my portion of this trip in full back in March, and the wedding is less than 2 weeks away. I helped plan the bachelorette, the photo shoots, and was a consistent emotional anchor for the bride through several other bridesmaids stepping down. I was genuinely close to both the bride and groom, and any conflicts that arose were never met with this level of coldness or dehumanization before. Would I still have a good time? Absolutely. It's an all-inclusive resort, and as a grown adult with no ill intentions, I'm more than capable of enjoying the trip peacefully and respectfully, separate from the wedding. If there had been goodwill and maturity on both sides, we could have handled this with grace, without all of this unnecessary fallout. OP comments 1.5 hours later, saying, "Thank you so much. I've sent an urgent email to the agent. As it's the weekend, I'm hoping to hear a response from her tomorrow. I'm collecting as much information as I can for more clarity on the situation until then. Here are the key points mentioned in the email. I would appreciate urgent clarification on the following. Is my reservation under the group booking still valid and active? If it's been altered or cancelled by any third party, please explain how this was permitted without my direct consent. And could you kindly share the cancellation and modification policies for group bookings under your agency?" Yikes, this is an incredibly messy situation. And it's going to be answered, I know, but how do you just lose everyone in your wedding party like that, especially with 2 weeks to go to the wedding? And then act like everyone else is the problem when you pull shit like cancelling a reservation that someone else paid for, not refunding them personally so that they're not even more hard done by you, and then expecting them to just bend the knee and not fight for their money back. This is much more dramatic than your average run-of-the-mill wedding drama, and I don't know what the hell's going through the bride and groom's head to think that they can get away with this. If I were OP, I'd be dragging that straight to small claims court. I'd be getting all the receipts and being like, hey, I've been fucked over by these guys. Here is everything that's happened. Here's all of my receipts. Here's all the communication. Give me my money. Don't let them get away with this. And now, onto the update, titled, How the Bride Lost All 7 of Us. So a lot of people have been asking about how this bride lost all 7 of her bridesmaids, including me. I never replied to it in the other post, because I'm solely there for friendly advice and resolutions to the situation, but I understand wanting to know more, so if you're here from the other post, welcome back. Please keep in mind that all of this information is directly from the bride, except for my story. So, a bridesmaid story. 1. This bridesmaid found out she was pregnant before booking a trip. She let the bride know that she didn't feel comfortable traveling overseas, as this is her first pregnancy and she'd like to stay in the country. The bride was not happy about this. She brought up her disappointments with this bridesmaid a few times, saying someone else is still coming to the wedding even though they're in the same trimester of their pregnancy. Each time she brought it up, I reassured her that I understand her disappointment. The bridesmaid is still being reasonable, as it is her pregnancy. If she's not comfortable, then it's perfectly valid. At that time, I reassured her that it's okay, because she has other bridesmaids. 2, 3, and 4. These bridesmaids dropped out pretty early. I don't have any details, as I don't know them personally. The reasons given by the bride were events already in place for the date of the wedding and financial reasons. Number 4 was an argument. She didn't go into details, but number 4 was the first bridesmaid to get booted. 5. This bridesmaid was a friend of the bride since back in university. The story is a little convoluted, so I'll do my best to stay on the appropriate timeline. The bridesmaid had just gotten engaged prior to our bride asking her to be a bridesmaid. They both had a mutual friend who was also getting married. The mutual and the bride had a bad fallout back in university. This mutual and this bridesmaid are still friends and are attending each other's weddings. When our bride asked this bridesmaid to be one, it created conflict with the mutual, and this bridesmaid uninvited our bride to her wedding and withdrew as a bridesmaid due to the conflict with the bride over these issues. 6. This bridesmaid was the closest to the bride and had a long history of on and offs during their relationship over the years, based on stories the bride had shared with me. The last I spoke to the bride about this bridesmaid, only 2 months before the wedding, she was supposed to visit the bride, but that didn't end up happening. The only details I have are what the bride provided in our shared bridesmaid group chat, as she didn't reach out to me directly to speak about this one. It stated that she could not attend for personal reasons. And 7. Me. We know my story for the most part. I've made Pinterest boards and idea pages for her photo shoots. I helped support her through the loss of the bridesmaids. I built her a personal little makeup kit for the days of the wedding and offered to touch up her makeup as needed. The last thing that I helped with was to find themes and ask her preferences for the bachelorette, which she replied to with, "Ick. I'll just ask ChatGPT, lol." Oh, she is so far gone. This was the start of our fallout. I booked off time from work, bought the flight tickets, and paid for my reservation well in advance. The most important being the emotional support during all of these stresses that she consistently had regarding bridesmaids, her mum, her fiancé, and things progressively got worse the closer to the wedding date. It wasn't always like this. I visited the bride quite often in support of the wedding, however, the last few trips didn't go well. She had been erratic in her behaviors and quite rude. Anytime I would mention it, she would speak on me triggering her and how she was uncomfortable with me making her feel a certain way. She claimed that I had not been supportive and that I'm causing drama by not accepting the toxic behavior. She wasn't always like this. I wish I could provide more clarity, but I genuinely don't know what happened. We don't live in the same city, and communication through text became very different than in person. So when the time came, she booted me. I chose to peacefully agree with the bride's decision to remove me as a bridesmaid. Their retaliation afterwards was unnecessary. And that's the history of how this bride lost 7 bridesmaids, and how her only remaining bridesmaid is a foreign lady from Europe who is helping fill in the last spot. No shade to the last bridesmaid though. She's sweet. And now, onto the latest update. Hey everyone, I just need to start with how incredibly grateful I am for all the support, information, everything that's been offered here. I am wholeheartedly really thankful for you. Now for the good part, I still have the room. The bride and groom were bluffing. There was a lot of support on here of people confirming this. I see you. The agent ghosted me. A few people here said it might happen. I tried calling periodically again. My number started going straight to voicemail, and she hasn't replied to any emails. A majority of you told me to contact the hotel directly, and I genuinely cannot thank you enough. A lot of people are wondering why I'm still going, and though I've confirmed it in the comments, I will reiterate for clarity. I have prepaid the flight tickets, the reservation itself, booked time off work, purchased many things for this vacation, even the transfers between the hotel and airport are already done, and it's cost me roughly 5,000 Canadian dollars. This trip is less than 2 weeks away, and the reservation for this hotel at this time is non-refundable. These are the key reasons why I was hoping for a resolution. I had contacted the hotel last Friday before I posted this on the weekend. They were able to find the group booking, but the guy doing it wasn't able to find my reservation. I called again today to see if there was another department that could help, and the lady that answered was phenomenal. She confirmed the booking and confirmed that despite the drama happening, they can't cancel my reservation. As a few of you recommended, she did put a note on my reservation saying that I will be arriving and not to change it for any reason. Lastly, she told me to come and enjoy my trip as it's a wonderful vacation and I'm likely to have an incredibly good time. That this happens a lot and that everything will work out. The hotel has my back. And that, as they say, is that. In the comments, according to your other post, the room was a split shared booking with the other bridesmaid. Who's staying there for the 3 of the 7 nights? What's the plan for that? Did she cover part of the cost of the room? The way you worded it, it sounds like her name is on the reservation too. Just like they couldn't remove you, you can't remove her. Are you just gonna bunk with her and risk the awkwardness and the bride getting access to your stuff? I don't see how you're comfortable with this. That sounds stressful as hell, but you do you. I hope you have a good vacation and that it all works out. OP says, all valid points. Let's break them down. Yes, she covered part of the cost for the room. She's only there for 3 days and paid $750, where I paid $3,000 for the room for 7 days. The remaining $2,000 went towards flights, transportation, and excursions. It's a shared booking, and neither of us can boot each other out of the room. I've confirmed this with the hotel. I'm going to bunk with her and risk the awkwardness. I'll be making sure to lock up all of my belongings when I'm not in the room. Upon arrival, I will let them know about the situation, and if they can provide me with a suite of my own, I will definitely take it. I'm a genuinely chill person and will withdraw from conflict if appropriate communication is not helping with the situation at hand. Disclosure, we are well past communication directly with the bride and groom at this point. With the amount of excitement I have for this trip alone, the energy that I'll be bringing, I'm hoping she vibes with it. She's also only arriving for the 3 days, which she'll be busy being a part of the wedding regardless of my 7 days, and I get 4 days all to myself. No Teacher says, it may not end up an awkward rooming situation. With 2 whole weeks to go, it's possible that the bride may fire the last bridesmaid as well. It does make me laugh that one surviving bridesmaid is the one that she's had minimal contact with. She'll probably get fired on the day as soon as they have a chance to talk. I do not want to be in that European friend's shoes in 2 weeks' time, but I do want to be the fly on the wall when the bride has to explain to the friend, "You're my only bridesmaid! Yay!" Oh God. Oh, Jesus Christ, that is gonna be a fun time. I don't know if OP's gonna come back and update us for that one, but the spice that we've been served up so far, that is definitely one of the wedding stories of all time. Like, at this point, I don't even know why you'd go through with the wedding if you're just going to burn bridges with everyone close to you on the lead up to the wedding itself. Like, hey guys, I want all of you to come to the most important day in my life thus far. We all have perfectly normal, stable relationships with each other. Therefore, it is perfectly normal for me, in the lead up to the most important day of my life thus far, that I burn all of those bridges, and I get even more miserable as the days go by, that I force myself to not be able to enjoy that day. Like, Christ, can people just be normal? I get that OP explained how all of this happened, but it just seemed so wildly unnecessary for her to have caused this to herself. What is wrong in that brain of the brides and the groomsmen to enable this, that they let this happen? All I'm gonna say is, please God, do not let that energy ever make its way into my life. Do not let me make the same mistakes as these people. Thank you for the story and thank you for the many updates, OP. That was an adventure. Me with my boyfriend of 4.5 years, he's unwilling to say yes to the little things that make me happy, like a double date with my friends, dinner with my family, etc. For some background, he and I have been together since junior year of high school. We've lived together at his childhood home with his mother and siblings for the past 2 years. Overall, our relationship is pretty harmonious. When I talk to other people about our significant others, I'm usually thanking my lucky stars for the guy that I've got because we are compatible in so many ways and we rarely fight. We all contribute equally financially to the running of the house, and this includes my, obviously, deep involvement in his family dynamic. I'm ever willing to help around the house and contribute positively to the needs of everyone in the household, especially boyfriend. I'm a people pleaser in all dimensions of my life, including our relationship. Boyfriend is not. I often joke that he must have some form of oppositional defiant disorder. I'm aware this is not a joke for those with actual diagnoses, please don't take offense, because it feels as though the majority of the non-essential requests I make of him receive no's in response. Basic things like, can I borrow your laptop? Or will you pick up X on your way home are not the issue, but when I ask about girly, for a lack of a better description, stuff, like going on double dates with my friends or seeing my family, he utterly shuts down with no explanation. I'm never even graced with details like, I don't want to hang out with so-and-so because she annoys me, or your uncle's jokes aren't funny. He just straight up shuts down and says something along the lines of, nah, I'm all set, it's not gonna happen, or flat out, no way. The most recent examples, my family threw a graduation party for myself, college, and my twin cousins, high school. Boyfriend also graduated from college this year, so my mum wanted to take the opportunity to celebrate his achievement as well. She even painted his name on the beautiful congratulations banner alongside mine and cousins, and he was included in the shower of cards and gifts coming from aunts and uncles. It goes without saying that my family has accepted him as one of us in the warmest way possible, and my mother lovingly refers to him as her son. This would be fantastic if boyfriend had been willing to attend the party. I gave him several weeks' notice, even a 3-day countdown if you will. He refused to attend. He refused to justify or give any valid reasons as to why he didn't attend, other than the non-obligatory plans that he had made the same day for the sole purpose of avoiding the party. I was at a loss for how to deal with this, besides attempts at verbal communication when I got home. I showed him the banner. I gave him the cards. I mentioned that my friends, a couple who will come into the story again soon, even brought his favorite beer to share because I'd mentioned it to them in the conversation before. I said how much everyone missed him and how awkward it was for me to continually make up excuses for why he didn't come to a party thrown partially in his honor. In return, I got a half-assed apology and the subject was changed. I remained defeated because I didn't throw the pathetic crying fit that was brewing in my head, because those never get anyone anywhere. Fast forward to today. The same couple, I've hung out with them both, talked positively about this boyfriend of mine, they are dying to meet him and haven't yet. Same couple who brought boyfriend's favorite beer to the party that he blew off, suggested a double date for tomorrow night. I asked boyfriend, and his answer was, I'm willing to go out with you, but I don't want to see anyone else. Mind you, he hasn't even met these people, and I've never even had the chance to tell him much about them. We see each other every single day, so it isn't like he misses me and we're lacking alone time. I try several different angles to try and convince him that it could be fun. We've never been to the drive-in before. X cool movie is playing. It's only $6. We can smoke in the car. Jane and John Doe are such good people. I think you'd get along. Brick wall. I'm all set with that. Just stop. Stop. I'm not going, etc. No explanation or justification, no flexibility for different plans or a different night or any compromise whatsoever. Boyfriend is not, never has been, and never will be a whipped guy. And that is the last thing that I'd want from a relationship. We lead independent, productive lives with separate jobs, friends, and school. This has worked for almost 5 years now. I rarely even ask our friend groups to cross, only because I know that this is the result. I'll occasionally tag along on adventures with his buddies, and ultimately see more of his friends at our house than my own group, because he invites them over to work on cars, bikes, etc. in our garage/chill spot. And that's just groovy. I like his friends. They are my friends too. But if I try to reverse the situation and invite him out with my friends, co-ed situations, I'm not asking him to join us for mani-pedis at the mall, he refuses to participate. If I have my friends over, he busies himself with anything but what we're doing. The same system applies to his family. If he's seeing relatives or having dinner with parents, I'm almost always involved and welcomed there. If I'm doing the same with my family, it's like pulling teeth to get him to participate. How do I effectively tell him that he's being a complete dick without sounding like just another typical whiny girlfriend? In the comments, the bird says, "This sounds awful. I hate to be the person who jumps to just break up, but he really doesn't seem like he's considerate of you or your feelings at all in terms of integrating himself into your life outside of his own. He knows these things are important to you and yet doesn't budge an inch. I think you need to have a serious convo about this. Does he have social anxiety, or is it just that he doesn't feel like going? Maybe you can get to the bottom of this and have a compromise, though it doesn't seem hopeful if you have to drag him tooth and nail to participate in these things. Perhaps, though, he doesn't quite see the severity of the issue yet. Can you imagine a future without someone who won't ever integrate your lives fully?" OP says, "On the grand scheme of our relationship, I don't think this is enough for me to break it off, at least not yet. There have been times where he's come along to these kinds of outings, and he was fine after the initial teeth pulling to get him going. I don't think it's a social anxiety thing, because I'm quite certain that it's him saying to himself, I could sit through a movie with these people I don't know, or I could do X fun thing with my buddies instead. I'm already fully aware that he's selfish in this way, and this is the most detrimental manifestation of his selfishness in our relationship. In many other areas, he does put me first and considers my feelings, and this doesn't go unseen for me. I appreciate the shit out of what he does right, quote unquote. Maybe that's why this sticks out as so god-awful and painful, because it really is my only consistent complaint. Regarding your last point, that really is the scary part. I don't think I can, and I know better than to demand change." Someone else says, "He does not value your feelings as much as his feelings. My significant other has pretty bad social anxiety, like diagnosed bad, and he sucks it up and does shit that I want to do because he knows it's important to me. Yours is seriously being a jerk. Mine has a panic attack and is like, no, we can go, I just need to calm down. I know how much you're looking forward to this. Yours is like, fuck off, lady. I want to hang out with my friends instead. Your family sucks. Fuck their party." I'm not trying to brag here. I'm trying to illustrate a point. Someone who seriously loves you and wants to be in a partnership with you tries their very hardest to make you happy. He doesn't. OP says, "I appreciate your frank assessment of the whole thing, and my only dissent is that he does try in other ways. He shows his love in so many other places. I just don't know how to make it clear to him that this gap is a fucking important one that needs to be fixed ASAP." When asked about the banner and told that she is being submissive, OP says, "Yeah, my mum hung it up for the whole party to see. I was tempted to take the section with his name down, but it was too late. I don't want this post to reflect too poorly on our relationship because, as I've mentioned in other comments, we're not entirely broken, quote unquote. Past issues between us that I've addressed have been taken care of head on, and he does contribute positive effort to the relationship in other areas, just not this one as of late. If your assessment of my submissive role is correct, what's your advice for addressing it? I want to assert to you that I'm not a complete doormat with him. I damn near moved out and left him last summer because of a lack of action on a totally different issue. And when he realized I was serious, he made the changes that needed to be made, and we haven't really fought about much until this point. And when I say we haven't really fought, I mean we haven't fought because there wasn't anything to fight about. I wasn't just sweeping things under the rug for the sake of harmony. We have been having a very harmonious year since this last shakeup. But realistically, I can't just throw around ultimatums and pack my bags every 6 months when I don't get my way. So, how do I shake him back to reality without getting overly dramatic? Is it cognitive dissonance? Is that the word that I'm looking for? The definition: mental stress or discomfort experienced by an individual who holds 2 or more contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values at the same time. I want to say delusional as well, but I feel like cognitive dissonance includes delusion in this instance. I feel like OP's being delusional. OP talks about in this last part that this is the first time in such a long time that the problem has really shown its ugly head. But I disagree. I think she has been rug sweeping for this guy. This is one example of many others where he says, fuck your family, fuck your friends, I'm not doing that. This is just the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't understand how she can believe that their relationship is perfect. He's such an amazing, upstanding individual. And, oh guys, everything in my relationship is amazing except this one thing. But this one thing's really not that bad, and I don't think we can break up over it because everything else is perfect and he loves me in many other ways. But this one thing's really pissing me off right now and embarrassing me. To me, that's cognitive dissonance. It has to be. If he was so amazing and loving and upstanding, this wouldn't happen. It shows that he is not amazing, he is not loving, he is not upstanding. He doesn't give a fuck about you. How do you shake him back to reality without getting overly dramatic? It's not possible. If someone is like this, and has been like this for a long time, and you have rug swept that behavior because it hasn't been as bad as this instance, I genuinely don't think he's going to stop. I don't think he's going to genuinely change. Whatever change you can get out of him will be temporary. It feels like to me, the I love my friends and I love doing things with them, but fuck doing anything with your friends or your family mindset is a part of who he is as a person. That seems like a fundamental personality trait. I would like to think it's a personality flaw. And to me, that comes down to you guys have fundamental personality incompatibility, and this will come to a head sooner rather than later. I think what he did was incredibly embarrassing to you, incredibly disrespectful, and if you want to remain in a relationship with someone that is not apologetic, does not care, that they hurt you, that they cause shame, that they want to and willingly will embarrass you again in the future, be my guest. But someone like that is not healthy to continue living with and being around. If I were your friend, if I were there in person, I'd say, break up tomorrow. I don't care if the relationship is perfect in every other way. He is not good for you, and you are making excuses to stay with him. And now, on to the update. I just wanted to thank everyone who took the time to respond and offer their advice. After a long talk, the result was to break up because he doesn't feel the same way about me anymore. I'm heartbroken, but my brain understands and accepts his reasons. I don't feel like writing the entire saga out. I just wanted to offer an update and thank everybody who was kind enough to try and help. In the comments, Ashrik says, I'm sorry if I sprinkled doubt on you, but this was as much a cop-out as his previous no explanations. He was never willing to go to these events with you, so it's not a result of change in how he felt about you. So either he never felt that way, quote-unquote, about you, or he was so loath to explain or explore his issue that he saw breaking up as the easier way out. Interesting. Consider the bullet dodged. Quote, hopefully we'll still be friends? I don't understand. To him, you were nothing more than a walking, talking sex toy that paid half of the bills for a long time. He was with you until you started getting upset at his horrendous neglect, and then when you stopped being a prop, by talking about how he made you feel, he decided to finally tell you that he had lost interest in you. Your ex is a shithead. Hopefully still be friends. Still? He wasn't even a friend when they were dating. Yeah, it's not like they're gonna run into each other at parties, unless his friends are inviting her to their parties. The only reason OP was able to see him is because she lived in his family's house with him. Fucking right? Makes you wonder how quickly it would have ended if he didn't have the convenience of a live-in girlfriend keeping him in the relationship. I'm on board with that. Thank you, Mr. PM Me Your Fantasies. I agree, I don't think that relationship would have lasted anywhere near as long as it did had they stayed together. And what an asshole, being like, you know what? The reason we gotta break up is because I don't fuck with you anymore. You know, I don't feel you like that. We just don't have the vibe anymore. You've started calling me out on my shit? You've started questioning my motives and pointing out logical fallacies in my actions and my words? You know what? I just don't like you anymore. You're not the submissive bangmaid that I built you up to be in this household. And how dare your frontal cortex develop and you have now the cognition and ability to question me. Yeah, I think I just don't like you anymore. OP, I don't like this guy. You are better off without him. Stop it with the, oh, I still want to be friends. No, you don't. Again, cognitive dissonance. You're lying to yourself. Stop it. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update. Our next post is by a deleted user, and it's titled, "Would I be the asshole if I told my mum that her dogs are the only ones not allowed on family vacation?" My mum has 2 half Yorkie, half Maltese dogs. These dogs are my mum's world. The problem is, they are obsessed with food. They will go to any lengths to get human food. It started with a bag of barbecue potato chips on my kitchen counter ripped open and devoured, leaving a huge barbecue dust mess. Next was an entire pizza that was snatched off of the table the moment I went to go grab sodas from the kitchen. In the span of less than a minute when I returned, half of the pizza was gone. The dogs were standing in the other half of the pizza, and there was pizza sauce all over my carpet. Next get-together, they found their way inside, even though I asked my mum to keep them in the backyard. They got into my kitchen and tore open 2 bags of hamburger buns and ate around $40 worth of seasoned raw hamburger meat and a block of cheddar cheese. At this point, I told my mother her dogs were not allowed at my house. She has stopped coming by altogether, which does hurt my feelings because if it's a choice between her kid and the dogs, she will always pick the dogs. I'm planning a family vacation. I booked a nice cabin for the whole family to stay in. My sister is bringing her dog, who is a well-behaved female pit, so I know it's going to be an issue when I tell my mum that her dogs are not allowed to come with us. I don't want to spend the whole weekend making sure not a single scrap of food is left out for even a second, otherwise her dogs will tear it apart and potentially make a huge mess in the cabin that I paid the deposit on. My sister told me to just tell my mum that she has to keep a close eye on her dogs, but I've tried that before, and she's proven time and time again that she's either unable to or unwilling to control her dog's behavior. Would I be the asshole if I tell my mum her food-crazed dogs are not allowed on family vacation, even though another dog will be there? In the comments, not the asshole. But just say no dogs to avoid hurt feelings. Is that an option? OP says, "So my sister's dog Lola, the beautiful Pitty, gets pretty horrible separation anxiety. Last time my sister left her at a kennel, she was banned from the establishment for behavior problems. Other than that, she's a saint. I don't want her to be punished because of my mum's dog's behavior." Someone else says, "Nope, not the asshole. If your mum's going to insist on her feral destructor mutts being included, she needs to book the accommodations and be responsible for the deposit. Otherwise, she's just going to have to be content with staying in the doghouse. Even if she does step up for that, I wouldn't share accommodations with animals that are so out of control. Sorry, not sorry, but I wouldn't tolerate every meal turning into a battle to keep my food." And OP says, "Destructor mutts made me laugh." Someone else says, "And I bet Mum would blame everyone else if the dogs ate something dangerous that made them sick or killed them." OP says, "My mum has bragged that her dogs ate half a box of chocolate-covered cordial cherries and didn't get sick. I'm worried she thinks they can't get sick." OP on their mother's reaction to the dog's behaviors. Says, "It's the same excuse every time. They are hungry. They can tell we're eating. And she doesn't really clean up after them, but that might be my fault. She kinda stares at the mess and is like, 'Oops, there's a mess.' So I end up springing into action so nothing stains or gets more spread around than it already is." OP on their mother's dogs finding ways to get to the hamburgers. Where there's a will, there's a way. And these dogs will find a way. With the hamburger situation, I'm pretty sure they pulled out a drawer to use as a halfway point to jump up on my counter. They are smart as hell and are like tiny acrobats, but all they care about is finding food. Are the dogs house-trained? OP says, "They are house-trained and are very friendly with people and other animals. The only thing I can say against them is that they are food goblins 100% of the time." I mean, I know people exactly like the mum in this situation, and I'm on OP's side here. Get those dogs the hell out of the vacation. It would suck for mum not to be on the vacation if she chooses the dogs again over the kids, which we all know is going to happen. But if you, OP, want to be the one with the deposit and the one taking that risk, then I'm on board for your house, your rules in this one. You can have a discussion with her about it to see if she'll be reasonable and understand that her dogs are goddamn demons when it comes to food, and that this is not something that you will find a middle ground on that allows the dogs to be there on the vacation with you. That due to her past actions and not doing anything about her dogs, you don't trust her and you can never trust her going forward. There's a possibility that she changes her mind and goes on the vacation without you, but I really don't think that's going to happen. So I say, you got to go on the vacation without her personally. And now, onto update number 1. Packing up at the end of the vacation. A few of you asked me to update on what happened. I took the coward's way out and asked my dad to break it to her that the dogs weren't invited. He wasn't happy about it, but he said he gets it, and then he told me some mildly disturbing stuff that he was just laughing off. Like, they had bought a locked bread box for pastries on the counter that had been chewed to pieces in order to get to the cinnamon rolls inside, and they showed me a picture of the bottom of their fridge that had been extensively chewed, like the dogs were desperately biting and clawing to get inside. He stated he loves the dogs too, but could understand why someone wouldn't want them around during vacation. Dad reported Mum took it well and the dogs would stay over at their neighbors who they are good friends with. I was relieved. Everyone showed up and started unpacking except my mum, who my dad said was tying things up at the house and she would be by later. Mum didn't show up that night and I missed her. The next day, Mum did show up, but, as many commenters suspected, brought the dogs with her. She tried to play it off as nothing by giving out hugs and smiles, but I was upset. I also tried to play it cool, but I told her that her dogs were not to enter the cabin and that they could not stay the night. She waved me off with, yeah, okay, I get it. It was fine for a few hours, but then I noticed that some dirty napkins were floating around in the breeze. I discovered that the garbage bag we had tied to the picnic table had the bottom ripped out and the paper plates had been shredded and licked clean. I cleaned up the mess furious and confronted my mother and told her this is exactly why her dogs weren't invited. My mum tried to blame my sister's dog for the mess, saying, "You didn't see what happened. It could have been her." I told her that there was no way I would blame Lola for the mess, since her dogs are known for doing this kind of thing. My mum clammed up and said, "Fine, I'll just take them home," and left with the dogs. My dad wasn't happy after that, saying I didn't have any proof and I went too hard on her. My uncle thought that it was funny and he was glad not to have the little bastards trying to steal his hot dog. It put a damper on the whole trip. I just feel like an idiot for trying to make this work in the first place. I miss my mum, and I wanted to make family memories, but it really does feel like the dogs and my mum are a package deal now, and asking her to leave them even for a short time was never an option. A lot of people said this in the comments. I don't think I was ready to hear it yet. Thanks for being so responsive, and the comments really did help me see the reality of the situation that I'm in now. And now, onto the final update. Things have escalated, and I'm done. I'm just going to jump right in and try to keep it short. I talked with my sister about the chance of my mum's dogs getting sick or dying from eating out of the trash. My mum's always gotten along better with my sister, so I asked her if there was any point in trying to talk to her about getting her dogs trained. She set up a dinner at Wingstop for the three of us. I directly asked my mum at dinner if she fed her dogs dog food or only people food. She got offended and said, yes, of course I feed them 2 cups of food for lunch and dinner. I told her that 4 cups of food was already a lot of food for 2 small dogs on top of getting table scraps. My mum said that she didn't want to discuss her dogs any further, but my sister jumped in and said that the dogs were why she invited her. She said that she had done some research on dog trainers and found an affordable program. She offered to pay for it in full. All my mum would have to do is take them. Mum said that was very generous of her, but didn't accept or deny it. My mum started looking nervous and said that she'd forgotten to do something and needed to take off early. I thought, well, we tried, let her leave. My sister followed her outside and I settled the bill. When I left, I saw my mum and my sisters were still there and her dogs were doing small laps around my mum's legs. I was extremely confused. I just kinda stood there dumbfounded like, how the hell did they get here? My sister was yelling at my mum that I would never do something like this to Lola. This is completely unacceptable. My mum yelled back, "It's less than 60 degrees out, and it's nighttime. They were fine." My sister fired back, "So if we hadn't made you mad, how long would you have left them out here while we were eating?" My mum ignored her, grabbed her dogs in a huff, and left. My sister was fuming, saying she was lucky nobody saw her dogs in the car, otherwise my mum would be dealing with the police. I wish I could say I was surprised that my mum had left her dogs in the car, but I wasn't. I've texted her a couple of times since then, but she's not responding to anything my sister or I send her. I won't be updating again. Everyone is mad at each other, and I don't see anything positive coming out of this situation. I'm gonna take some advice of the commenters and just let her go. I tried my best to include and help her, and it only made everything even more awful. In the comments, "Your mum seems to have lost all reason when it comes to the dogs, and she's not caring for them properly. Is this standard behavior from your mum, or something new and exciting to deal with?" OP says, "She's always been soft-spoken but extremely stubborn. Like, you can tell her something and she'll say, yeah, okay, sure, but she's just gonna do whatever she was gonna do in the first place. We had cats as kids, so the dogs are a new addition to the situation." Someone else replies to that, "I'm gonna ask this, but please understand that the sleepy edible just kicked in, so the phrasing might not come across the best. It's coming from a good place though. Growing up, did you guys get what you needed emotionally, physically, all of that stuff that you needed from her? Her being this weird about the dogs is giving some do-over energy. And I want to make sure that if that's the case, you're supported in whatever she's feeling this guilty about." OP says, "I'm not sure if that's the case or not, to be honest with you. When we were kids, my parents were super into poker, and they both worked full-time, so I didn't see them very much. I started to learn how to make casseroles and hamburger helper for dinner because oftentimes it would just be me and my sister. When I was 6, I noticed my mum stopped doing my laundry, so I started doing it for myself. Teacher would ask me why I didn't have a lunch packed. Truth was, my mum and dad didn't do it or make me do it, so I just didn't do it. I don't think she feels bad about it though. I brought this stuff up to her before, and she said it sounds like a pretty normal childhood." Another commenter says, "You'll be back with a final update when one of the dogs chokes on a bone, because that's what it's eventually going to come to, sadly." And OP says, "I really, really hope not, but I think you're right." And Diggity says, "I said this in one of the updates, and I'll say it here again. People who act this way will not be reasoned with. Whether it's pets or children, they refuse to see how their actions or inactions are causing harm and will often double down when confronted. That said, Opie and sister were absolutely correct in trying to intervene, and Opie is right to set boundaries. From my perspective, and this is just my opinion, that is absolutely 100% true. And I don't know if Opie realizes it or not, but that commenter who talked about the mum feeling like this is a do-over and that the mum is potentially just trying to make up for whatever guilt she's been through before or failed to do so in the past, I feel like that's true. I feel like they're onto something there. And Diggity, I completely agree. There's a lot of people who do not care that their actions and their inactions when it comes to children and pets are causing harm. And you trying to correct their behavior might as well be you insulting them to their face because you're just talking to a brick wall that gets offended that reality comes its way. I really am sad that she came to the vacation at all because to me it was inevitable that this was going to happen. She's not going to be sane. She's not going to be a reasonable person. Why do you even bother? Like, maybe it takes you many, many times of being hurt, of being let down by your mother, before you realize it's better to just separate from them, have strict, hard boundaries, and not have the dogs around ever. Because, yeah, she's gonna kill one of those dogs eventually. It's gonna happen. It's not an if, it's a when. She left those dogs in the car when she easily could have left the dogs at home with Dad. She could have left them in an air-conditioned, nice environment, but no, for some reason the dogs have to come with her everywhere. Come hell or high water, she will do everything and anything in her power that will make her feel good, because it's about how she feels at the end of the day. That's the type of person that OP's mum is in this situation. Doesn't matter what's best for anyone else around her, as long as it's best for her and her emotions, that's what's gonna happen. Thanks for sharing the story, OP. I'm, again, so sorry you had to go through all of that. I hope this is a lesson learned for you as to where the boundaries need to be with her, and I really hope you don't come back with another update in the future. OP has deleted their account, so there's a pretty good chance they won't come back. Thanks for the story. Thanks for the update. Am I overreacting? Mother-in-law says that I'm ruining the weird photos that she tried to sneak of my new baby. I need to get some feedback on this because it's driving me crazy. My 37 female family has been staying with my husband's 36 male parents, 59 female and 59 male, for a week, and we'll be at their home for another week before we have to head home to get the kids ready for back to school. My mother-in-law and I don't necessarily get along, but she's been trying to play nice since I gave birth to our fourth child, a boy, 4 months ago. However, I suppose the nice act has ended, because she's been stirring the pot and pushing my buttons since we got to their house, rummaging through my clothes, whining that I should bottle feed instead of nursing so that she has a chance to feed her baby, the works. I've been biting my tongue because my husband loves his family, and this is some of the only time that we get to see his siblings. But at the end of the week, mother-in-law storms downstairs while we're eating breakfast and the kids are in the yard playing, claiming we needed to talk. I go through a mental checklist to try to figure out which one of her household rules I've broken, or how I've managed to piss her off this time, when she slaps her phone down on the counter and begins scrolling through photos that are all of me and the baby. Photos she apparently took while I wasn't paying attention, as most of them are blurry or from strange angles. Down low, as though she angled her phone up while it was in her lap, one of them is taken through a crack in the door to the Hubs and I's bedroom. Oh, that's really normal behavior. She sounds hinged. I ask mother-in-law what her problem is and why she's been taking photos of me and the baby like a lunatic instead of just asking for my help with taking photos that I'd approve of. I don't want my infant son's face plastered all over her social media. I cover it with emojis in my Facebook pictures. She complains that she doesn't want to put those stupid pictures all over his face, and that I won't put him down long enough for her to get a photo of him by himself. He's been contact napping, and I wear him for most of the day, and she can't post the photos that she took because I'm huge and ruining them by looking ridiculous. For some context, I'm definitely on the heavier side, 5'3" and 230 pounds, and because half of these photos are from a weird low angle, I have a prominent double chin, and the baby is usually pressed up against me, either in my arms or in his wrap, so the photos are pretty much just unflattering pictures of me, with the baby's head and maybe an arm or a leg visible. I tell her that I'm not going to entertain this behavior since she decided to approach the supposed problem like this. She can work with what she's already got, but she's definitely not getting a solo photo op with my baby now. Hubby is understanding and supports my decision, even getting in the way when he sees mother-in-law trying to sneakily take more photos or distracting her so that I can leave the room. But some people think I'm blowing this out of proportion. Father-in-law says mother-in-law has a right to take photos of her grandchild, and it's not her fault that I'm insecure about how fat I am. Hubby's twin sister is also being dismissive because she's always been catty about weight. Why are you acting so insulted like it's the first time? Even my sister, when I called and complained about this, acted like I was making mountains out of molehills. She was like this 60 pounds ago. Why is it suddenly a big deal again? Damn, everyone hates you, OP. What's going on? No one will listen to me when I insist that I don't care about her comments about my weight. I care that she's sneaking around taking photos like a stalker because she doesn't respect me enough to ask my permission to take photos of my baby. She doesn't want to have to follow my rules about covering his face and can't wrench him out of my arms to get pictures of him. So she's just been acting like a creep instead. I'm nursing him in one of these photos. This is weird, right? Am I crazy? In the comments, not overreacting. I'd report her pics on social media with your baby and say it's inappropriate child content or something. Because the pics look like they've been taken stealthily, it kinda works in your favor. I'm sorry people aren't respectful of your wishes, but it's great that your husband is, and he seems to be trying to help. Also, side note, you're allowed to be annoyed at somebody body shaming you and ask them to stop. I hate how older generations think that they are allowed a pass for things like this, racism, sexism, etc. OP replies, I didn't even think about reporting her photos. If they manage to pop up on her Facebook, I'll definitely do that to get them taken down. I've told her to mind her business about my body, especially in front of my children, but she's nosy and can't help but make comments. So long as they're just to me or to my husband in private, I can at least let them roll off. She's been somewhat better about keeping her mouth shut while the older kids are around. Not overreacting, but call her out on all of her disrespect. If I was visiting someone and they started going through my belongings, I would be yelling and leaving so quickly. Who does that? Such an invasion of privacy. Just because it's her home doesn't give her the right. So weird. Her baby? What? That's psychotic, to be honest. I wouldn't be able to deal with this. OP says, she's baby crazy, and so far my children are her only grandkids. I'm glad I haven't lost it, and that this is creepy behaviour. If Hubs didn't like his siblings so much, we would never set foot in this house. Back up to the post, there's an edit. Thank you guys for proof that I'm not crazy. I honestly didn't even think about going home early. I was fully prepared to just grit my teeth for the rest of this visit because we only took one car on the drive up here. I'm packing my and my son's things, and when husband gets back from fishing with his dad and his brother, I'm asking him if he can drive me and the baby back home. I'll be able to have peace of mind and have the house to myself for a few days so I can get things in order before the kids have to go back to school. Edit 2/update. Husband is back. They're home from fishing early because brother-in-law lost his pole and they forgot to bring any spares. He and I have been texting since he left early this morning, and he's taking the baby and I home, and we're planning on having a conversation about what time spent with his folks will look like going forward on the drive back. Thank you all for the advice, giving me the gumption to leave early, and keeping me company with your comments while I packed my stuff. I guess I'll just hop on in the end, after all is said and done. I actually can see why OP thinks she's overreacting here, because to have so many people, including your own sister, be like, oh, 60 pounds ago this was no problem, it's only a problem now, yeah, I'd be questioning my own sanity as well, because the people that are supposed to be caring about you the most are suddenly telling you that you're an asshole for having boundaries. Husband's twin sister saying she's always been catty about weight. Why are you acting so insulted like it's the first time? Oh, so we're supposed to just let her continue to insult people's weight to their face all the time? She was catty about weight 60 pounds ago. Why, 60 pounds later, are you suddenly upset? Let's all just sweep this one under the rug. Let's normalize this behavior. And let's not make her change. Let's not make her be a better person to everyone. No. Everyone just fall in line and conform. It's easier just to not rock the boat. I really think that everyone else is just a doormat. And good on OP and the husband for standing up to those assholes and getting her out of there. Good on OP for getting out of there as well. I wouldn't want to stick around with that family. That sucks. And now, on to the update. I wasn't going to update because I got home with the baby and settled in and thought nothing of it. Just communicated with my husband and my 14-year-old through texts and phone calls while they were gone, but problems started to follow pretty soon after. After my husband returned to his parents' house without the baby and I, his mother huffed and started grumbling about how dramatic I am, how possessive I am of her baby, how I was ruining this trip for everyone. Sister-in-law began winding her up, talking about how I didn't want anyone else to build a relationship with the baby. Husband told both of them to mind their business and get a grip, mentioning to mother-in-law that he needed to have a serious talk with her once the kids left with brother-in-law for lunch. Mother-in-law rolled her eyes and walked off. They have a talk, and husband insists to mother-in-law and father-in-law that they can't expect me to roll over and let them stomp all over my limits just because they want access to our baby, that we are the final say in what happens with our children, and if they can't get on board with that, they can forget about seeing them, especially not unsupervised. He told mother-in-law that her sneaking around acting like my word meant nothing was childish, and proved that she wasn't trustworthy. And he told both of them to keep their opinions about my weight to themselves. This starts what my husband told me later was a practically 2 to 3 hour argument that only stopped because brother-in-law came back with the kids and husband refused to discuss this in front of them. Mother-in-law pulling out crocodile tears and asking why he won't defend her, insisting that I'm trying to ruin their relationship. Husband has never been close with his mother, and that she just wants to show off her baby to her friends and the extended family. Husband responds that if she really wanted to take pictures of the baby, all she had to do was ask for help so that he and I could cover the baby's face. Mother-in-law and father-in-law argue that they shouldn't have to ask permission because they're grown adults and they can do as they please in their own house. Husband reminds them that it's our baby, not theirs. And since they felt so strongly, that is why I removed myself from the situation. And if they wanted to see my baby, they could do it at our house, where they'll have to follow our rules. This went back and forth, with mother-in-law eventually shouting and stomping her feet until brother-in-law returned. For the rest of the day, mother-in-law was grumbling under her breath and practically ignoring our older children, even as my 5-year-old was clamoring for her attention. Husband paid her no mind and spent the rest of the evening playing board games with the kids and brother-in-law while sister-in-law and his mother sulked in the kitchen. Fast forward to last night, husband was having a couple of beers with his brother while mother-in-law and sister-in-law have wine in the kitchen. Father-in-law had gone to bed early and the kids were asleep. Husband hears mother-in-law and sister-in-law giggling to each other, and while casually checking his phone, he sees that mother-in-law has posted all of the photos that she took of me on her Facebook page, captioning them with, "My name won't let me see my grandson, so you'll have to excuse her hogging the frame." In the comments of her post, she was chatting with her sisters about me. Derogatory comments on my hair, as my icon and username reflects, I'm a natural redhead, shaming me for my selfishness, and obviously comments on my body. Husband flips his shit, demanding that mother-in-law take the photos down or he'd take her phone from her and do it himself. Apparently there were more photos than even the ones that we saw at first, and in several of them, my top is fully open, nursing bra unclipped. Mother-in-law is unaware that husband is serious and tries teasing him that she thought he wasn't ashamed of being married to a fat woman. Husband rushes into the kitchen and snatches mother-in-law's phone out of her hands after a brief scuffle, deleting the photos from mother-in-law's Facebook and then taking them off her phone altogether, before throwing her phone down on the counter and telling her that he was leaving first thing in the morning. Mother-in-law scowls and starts shouting that it isn't fair that he's taking my side. He responds that he loves me, that it isn't my side versus hers, it's our side versus hers. I'm pretty out of the loop about all of this at this point. I've been cleaning the house, looking after the baby, and dealing with the cold I was apparently incubating for the first week of our visit, so I get a call from Hubs while I'm doing the laundry in the basement. He's in his car, trying to keep himself calm, but says that he'll be home early with the kids in the morning and that he wanted to have a discussion with me about our plans moving forward. He tells me what happened, I calm him down, and we both head to bed. Fast forward to this morning, and I get up early with the baby to have breakfast and coffee waiting. Hubs arrives with 14, 10, and 5-year-old at about 6 a.m. We have our breakfast, and then the kids peel off to do their own thing. Our daughters leave for their friends' houses, and the 5-year-old goes off into the basement den to watch cartoons on the big TV. Hubs and I talk, and he says he's done with that annual visit to his parents' place, and that he's planning to have some one-on-one time with his brother a few times a year instead. We go over a plan of action in terms of much stricter boundaries, deciding that the kids won't be going to the in-laws' house anymore, and while the in-laws visit us at our house, if they act out, they will be kicked out. Mother-in-law has been blowing up his phone since he left, but he's ignoring her for the time being and helping me with cleaning. He also sheepishly admitted that as disrespectful and frustrating as mother-in-law's creepy photos were, they'd given him a new appreciation for my round face. I picked a winner, y'all. Truly. In the comments, Countess Opal says, "I assume this is your first boy? I say that as your mother-in-law hasn't pulled this shit with your girls. I suggest that if your in-laws come to your house or you meet them elsewhere, then all of their photos are kept by you. That is the only way that you are going to control the photos. I bet they won't comply, so say it's non-negotiable. Congratulations on having a husband who backs you up against his family. I would have smashed the phone up completely after deleting the photos. Did he check that there wasn't any online backup of them? Your in-laws sound awful. Just say no phones or cameras in the future, and they will probably stay away. That would be a massive win for you. Redheads are supposed to have a super fiery temper. You sound very restrained." OP says, "It's our second. Our kids are 14 female, 10 female, 5 male, and 4-month-old male. We're definitely considering that our in-laws' phones will have to be sealed in those pouches that teachers are making kids put their phones in now, or something like that. Hubby's spine makes me proud. I love that man. He screened mother-in-law's phone to make sure that there were no backups before he put her phone down. I'm surprised that I stayed as calm as I did. I guess my temper comes out in other areas, or I've just calmed down as I've gotten older. I was a menace when Hubs was playing soccer and lacrosse in college." It's Asparagus says, "I'm very curious if mother-in-law acted this way when OP's other children were babies as well. Is this mother-in-law's bio-grandchild and OP's other kids are not? Or is she just baby-obsessed? I don't know, man. She seems crazy." OP says, "She is very baby-obsessed. She was ecstatic when we had our first, and then even more ecstatic for the second. She practically exploded when we had our first boy, and now she's falling apart at the seams because she finally has a grandson who looks like my husband. She's got baby rabies to the extreme. If I was this obsessed with the infant stage, we'd probably have way more kids." When asked how did OP's husband turn out okay, OP says, "He had good influences outside of the home, I suppose. He did leave home early, and sister-in-law is his twin sister. Brother-in-law is his younger brother." Imagine being accused of being possessive over your own baby. Well, but it's not OP's baby, it's mother-in-law's baby. OP is just the incubator and the occasional wet nurse. So when do y'all think mother-in-law's gonna show up at OP's house and get escorted off the premise by the police? My money is on within 6 months. I just had a mental image of OP and her husband noticing an iPhone creeping up in the window. They look outside, and mother-in-law is crouched down outside, worse than a peeping Tom. The fact that some of those photos were taken in the door crack of OP's room is incredibly fucking creepy and strange. As much as it's the end of this story as a whole, as we stand currently, I don't think it's the end of their relationship with the mother-in-law there. I do feel like there's danger on the horizon. I'm keen to see what happens next, but I'm sure nothing good will come of it. Also very glad to have yet another example to add to the Hall of Fame of the husband having a spine and actually standing up to his family. OP deserves to feel as proud as she is in him because she definitely did pick a winner. Congratulations to the both of them for having such an amazing support system in each other. One that they can actually rely on, much to the chagrin of so many others that do not have a partner like that I read stories of quite often. Thank you for the story and thank you for the update, OP. I hope nothing bad happens after this.